By the way, the production quality of the Valorant Masters Berlin is absolutely insane. You guys remember my tweet about Valorant Masters having like the 90s VHS vibe? I think that was the overall like guiding style guide for everyone. Just look at Hypok and Pansy. Flannel shirt with a chain, and Hypok has like a how do they call it? Like this is something that people at the bazaar in the 90s would have. Like, you know, like we had like this computer bazaar in the 90s in my hometown where everyone was trading like discs, like diskettes and so on, you know? Like that's what everyone was wearing at a bazaar in an open space when everyone had like PC games and was exchanging like hacked software and so on, you know? That's like how 90s were. Just instead of being all gray, this was very colorful. Like everyone had like purple, green, yellow at the same time. You guys use the word bazaar too? Yes, my friend. Bazar. That's the Polish word of saying it.
Kind of those audible calls and being able to pivot back to wherever else they're able to find an opening. Avova switching onto the Astra here, which is something previously they've done.
Actually, we don't need the music.
It would typically be an omen. I think that's going to be a key component to look at for.
All right. Right.
We got a question.
Is this all good? We're gonna move this a little bit away. Control Shift 3. Nice. And Control Shift 5 for the eraser. Do I need anything else? Control Shift 7 for... Okay. Actually, I can just hide this, I think, for now. Not this. Settings. Enable ghost mode. What? Should have been hidden, right? Hello? Alright, let's do it this way. Okay. So,
we do.
Before the first round starts, let's see at the setup. What is happening here. We have,
and of course we've seen
Control Shift 3. Here we go. We have two people from G2 taking control of B. We have one player just in mid, which is the Jet. And the reason why Jet is alone on mid is because she has the only tool in the disposal of those players that can make her like safe in case she's being pushed. Sage and Raze on A because they have the strongest utility to stop a push apart from the Killjoy. This is why they're together, right? Typically you see Raze and Sage together to stop like a push with a slow nade combination, which is very strong in every place, right? You don't want to see like a Gravity Well Raze combo because typically that's being avoided by Jet but Jet essentially, right? Everyone can just dodge it as a Jet player just by going outside of it with the dash. So this is why we're gonna see Sage and Raze together, and also Sage with the wall has the ability to just stop the entire ramp push with a wall, right? Typically that's why the first round is being played like this. No wait, we're gonna do 1.5 speed because we don't need 1.0. And the Viper wall is the very standard Viper wall, by the way. In case you want to, like just do a lurking wall, it's not the best when it comes to like exploding on site. But what it does, it just, you know, no one can stand on CT or elbow and look at the lobby, which allows you for a safe passage to ramp. And then in case a player is Killjoy, which happens very often, right? Killjoy typically has a turret here in this spot, and this wall avoids the turret. So this is why this wall is being made. This, if you pay attention to like how I play Viper on Split, you will see this wall very often when I'm lurking on A. Not exactly when I'm trying to execute, because in ranked that just doesn't work. Randoms don't know how to play with a wall like this.
The Viper as well definitely caught the attention of the Death.
And
And Sentinels on the attacking side, the returning Reykjavik champions looking up to try.
the smoke here allows, you know, basically obscure the vision. This is why they can just sneak by. Now the thing is, they are sneaking by on A, right? But there's a lot of information gathered by G2 on B main. So the thing is, right now, what G2 is thinking is like they are not pushing B, they're not pushing mid, right? You can see here. Like, this here, right now, this is the info they got. So that means that Sentinels need either to be waiting outside here, right? Or are already here. So this is very, very important info for G2 right now. This is where the rest of the team will be preparing for that A push. And you can see there's the Sage Wall already being used on Haven A to stop the push. This is why Raze and Sage can look at the same angle without being exposed from Heaven, which is very important because it basically this wall here, this Sage Wall, counters the Viper Wall. So very important Sage Wall being done by Mixwell here.
Let's see what they can bring. Round one already started up. Sentinels having towards that side.
Just straight away, the wall in place to prevent that cross into Heaven, at least. To give some
This is the... Oh, nice. All right. Very simple, right? Guys. You guys... Who here in chat remembers how many times per day I say that you need to side dash as a jet on the side? Otherwise, you're a donkey jet, right? Who in chat remembers me saying that? And how many times per day I'm saying this? This is why I'm always mad at those random jets, because they think they play well. Who doesn't? Exactly, right? About like 100 times a day? Exactly. I was thinking of your jet entries when seeing that. I mean, I do that because pro players do that. I don't do that because I'm smart and I discovered that. I just know that this is a very efficient move that everyone should be mimicking as a jet. Right? So this is why you're gonna... This is why... Look, this is so fucking crucial. This is so fucking crucial. Look, all of the players are going towards A now because they know that Sage Wall is just gonna tank the bullets there, so it makes no sense, right? Sentinels know that they're being flanked right now. Like 100%. They're being flanked. So they need to execute without going back because they're gonna fall into a trap. Otherwise, if they're gonna fall back, go for Suez or something, the players on A will tell the teammates on mid and B that they make noise to go back to mid and B, which then will allow to make a trap by G2 somewhere here. So they're basically stuck and they need to make an execute on A. This is why 5 people just push. And without having a jet dash, they would have been stuck because 2 players could hold them from here, from Heaven, right? So this is why it's so important, because this star helps Nuki and Mixwell to hold this because the Sage Wall is still not being exposed, right? So Mixwell went back to Heaven A because he thinks they're gonna go through this wall, but they're actually gonna go through main, right? They will just ignore the star, but this is so important. Look, what's the effect of the jet dash, right? What's the effect of the jet dash? Look at Nuki's crosshair placement. This is where the jet looks at him. She's like, hey, bitch, here you are, you little shit, right? She dashes away, and look at... Here you... Oh my god, I can't write. Here you are, you little... Shit. That should be a shit. Here we go. And some flies. Anyway. Anyway, look at the crosshair placement from Nuki now. Look at this. He should be holding his crosshair here, right? But the fact that the jet dashes makes him pressured. And look what happens. Look at this crosshair placement. It's terrible right now. And that's only because the jet dash. She didn't do anything. She just dashed into a smoke, looked at him, said, "Here you are, you little shit," and fucked off. And now Nuki is in a spot where he's like, "Oh no, I have only 11 bullets left," right? There's a jet on my left and there's like 3 people on my right. And I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. And now he has terrible crosshair placement for the peak. See? Double peak, he's dead. There's just no way you can do anything because the jet discovered you. So essentially the dash from the jet had 3 functions, right? First, vision. So essentially she was more useful than a Sova drone, right? She gave the informations about the left side of split entirely here, if there's only one player, if there's even someone sitting here or not. Then she dashed to that spot above, like behind the player in here, right? Above the player in here, which puts pressure on the guy here because he needs to think about this player on his left. And because of that, there's just no way he can be he doesn't have time to do anything. Shouldn't Nuki nade the entrance and call out this to suck the Astro Star? The thing is, he didn't have time to do that. He was in a spot where he has no time to react. If he would be in a different position, yeah, but not in this position. That's the thing. Like, it's kind of weird that he plays in this spot with full utility, with 2 satchels. I guess he played this position here with 2 satchels because he thought he's gonna have enough time to, like, change his position with the satchels. But I think it was a very risky decision. But yeah.
Nuki gonna be called upon here with the frenzy. Actually ignores the dash, but 10 still finds the opening. Sentinels carve their way into A site right now, and Mixwell left to do nothing but sit.
Reposition of the Viper smoke, by the way.
Potentially give a lot more control over to Sentinels as
So now it's on the CT, right? And this is like very standard. G2, unfortunately, like in a situation like this, when it's a 4v2, sorry, 4v5 in a retake, right? You're already at a huge disadvantage. So Mixwell here, trying to get 1 kill, is just him saying, well, fuck it. We need some hero plays because going for 1-for-1 trades will not work, right? So he trying to find someone of timing so he gets a kill and then waits for the rest of the team, but he failed, so he put his team in even worse spot, but it was still a terrible spot. So I don't think anyone can blame him for that, because they were already in a bad spot. If this would be at 4v4, right? If this would have been a 4v4 and Mixwell would have peaked like that, I think like that would have been a huge blunder. But since it was a 4v5, it's like kinda you can explain his behavior. But in a 4v4, this would be terrible. Because in a 4v4, they have pretty good chances of at retaking, and they don't need any hero plays. They can just go for trades. Essentially, the sides are flipping, right? Now the defenders are the attackers, and the attackers are defenders. So essentially, by having the same amount of players, the attackers are on an advantage, which means that the defenders are now attackers, and now they have a small advantage by having the same numbers. How's the Viper wall good? I explained that at the beginning of the round. You can rewatch it.
Over that side, but he's got support, he's got killers here as well. But Sentinels, boys.
This was weird though. I don't understand like why, like there were comms for sure. Avova was going for the stars, but they peak actually before the stars even started to go off. So this is very weird actually.
They just don't miss. This is clean. The only one to draw blood so far is Avova. That's 2. But there's an army in the way. This isn't going to happen. 8 HP. The dream's dead. Tens has got it. That's the first. Sentinels pick up where they left off.
Actually, G2 and the
right.
duck down and fairly easily.
So now Eco, the Viper Wallers again use the same one.
Towards A, but Spike leaning B side, and there's 2 members outside garages. The Coldamenta will be called upon here.
Wait, what?
Leaning B side.
What is the smoke? In garage B? What is the smoke? That's oh, that's an Astro Star. Never mind. It's interesting to see that Coldamenta. No, no, never mind. That's the turret. Never mind. All good.
On here, or at least Tommy Turret.
I thought it's an alarm bot.
That information away. Tens and sick. Information gun on the back of it. They will retrieve.
And look at all the attention G2's putting it this way. They're about to get crunched on this.
Yeah, I don't think this is an interesting round, to be honest.
Probably chose a bit weird like me. I go 100 thieves, but these boys are
Yeah, there's nothing interesting here.
Sentinels.
Alright, first full buy for first full buy for G2, 5 phantoms, no, sorry, 4 phantoms and 1 vandal. Very happy to see that. Very happy to see that. I'm not sure, actually never paid attention to Kellogg's buys. I would have to check like his stats. Is Kellogg's even playing phantom? Wait. Give me a second. We can actually check that. 1 second. Let me check. I'll do a report on Kellogg's and we'll check if he even buys Phantom. So the same setup from Viper, which is now, the thing is, with this Viper setup, right, he puts a seed into G2's mind about how they play. Because now there's the smoke here, there's the Viper wall, right? So this is the same kind of pressure that they did on G2 in the pistol round. And because of that, this is very important, you're gonna see Mixwell trying to breach the wall because he needs info. Otherwise he's fucked, right? He is solo A. So he has 2 options. Either he sits on here and doesn't know what's happening in this area, or he sits here and he doesn't know what's happening in this area, or he sits on ramp and he doesn't know what's in this area, and if someone cross A, like he's literally fucked. There's no way he can play alone. So what Mixel needs to do is he has to go through the Viper wall to get info. Otherwise, he's just, it's impossible to hold this alone without using his Sage wall. So his secondary objective or primary objective for him as a player is to either put a Sage wall here or the Sage wall here and then hold the angles, and that's it. But it's very tough to do that when you have like so much vision obscured because of the Viper stuff. See, this is where he crosses, right? He gets some info. There's the smoke and the Viper wall, right? And because of that, he knows that there's no one here. So he might actually save his wall because he made the risk already. So he's giving himself another like chance of saving his utility for a retake. Why isn't he just on site? Because if he plays on site, then he has no info about this, and then his entire team can die because someone will sneak past him. And basically everyone in vents, everyone in spawn, in stairs can be dead because someone, even one player, just lurked the entire A without him knowing.
Revealing area. Found them.
Yo, Versin, thank you very much, my friend. Welcome back for the 11 months, bro. Welcome back. Thank you very much for the support. He doesn't have his wall. That's also a good point. He doesn't have the wall, so this is why he also needs to be like very aggressive here. It doesn't change the fact that he would have had to make this play even without his wall. With his wall, he probably would have used it on Haven and then maybe sit CT or site. But since he had no wall, he has to breach this Viper wall to get info.
Okay, gets out. Might play Nuki a little.
Nuki's already half HP. The fact that Coldamenta gets a kill here without being dead is a miracle, by the way. That was so risky.
Keeping them just to arm's length, maybe just far enough for those rifles to ring through, but bear in mind, statistically speaking, and just by every account statistically, and any way you want to look at this, G2 should be able to convert this round, but those SMGs, when brought up nice and close, if they can keep pressuring mid, can still do damage. Now again, this pressure is between Nuki and Kellogg's.
Kellogg's actually backed all the way away from this, and Six still forcing his way in here.
So far, just normal plays.
And Sentinels closing the distance here. It's going to be really difficult. Kellogg's down to 2 HP.
Yeah, this is good though. Nice aim.
A little bit off-timed by Sentinels. They didn't wait for Zombs to actually pop his stuff on Pillar, and that allowed Kellogg's to get the kill on Sick.
But now he's under severe scrutiny. He's going to be eventually out of over. He's got his backbone, and this is good trading.
Honestly, I feel like this would have been won by Sentinels if they had a better timing on that.
He's got it. And there's one they needed to stop the rot. You don't want to see that bonus round being converted. That's when a spiral could occur.
Yeah, again, one more weapon there. I'm a little more concerned for G2, but majority stand.
Oh, just James.
Sentinels down the distance, make the most of those SMGs.
Alright, so the pre-setup.
Again, Sentinels.
Oh no, the camera's covering the mini-map.
Members over towards A main. Again, Mixwell the only one on A site for G2.
Let's see what Mixer will do this time, by the way. And the setup from attackers so far is just the Viper wall and the smoke most likely being thrown, right? And then we have a Sage, an Astra Star in male and Vents. Vents will most likely be a smoke, but by the way, that smoke that last round was being used by Sentinels had a gap on his left side, so Nuki was allowed to actually see across.
Be very careful here.
Kellogg's, I don't understand this. Why does he trying to do this? That's so weird. Wait, let me rewatch this. What is the reason here? He has a Vandal, 25 HP. This is the first full buy round. He's trying to like peek. When does he hear this? The ice. He heard it now. He knows someone is here. There's no one to trade because Astra is so far away.
Very careful here.
And he just commits with a crouch.
On A site for G2. Be very careful here.
I don't know. I find this very surprising.
Again, the Viper wall up. Sick actually opens up straight away onto Kellogg's.
Look, you can
I don't know what you guys think about that, but for me, this looked very weird because he had his dash and he committed to a crouch. And he knew about the ice as well.
It's just unrelenting. Mixwell's gonna have to deal with.
But yeah, see, this is the round where Mixwell actually put the wall here to just negate the Viper wall and smoke. But the problem is, he's now stuck in a very awkward position where Nuki cannot help him because he's smoked off.
This as well now. Tens on the other side. He knows what's around that corner, but he's got.
Nuki gets a random kill through the smoke. Unfortunately, we have no indications about like if someone gets a kill through the smoke, but that happened through the smoke, 100%. It's just good crosshair placement by Nuki, and Tens dies here in this spot.
By his side, so it's not so bad.
So this random kill saved Mixwell, by the way. So Mixwell could just go back because Sense was like, oh shit, we lost Tens for no reason at all.
Just yet actually even gets to back.
So this random kill just rescued Mixwell, and now they double peek. So this is a good decision because Nuki gets a kill and he needs help. This is why Mixwell is peeking as well. But unfortunately, Nuki fucked off because he was low HP. I feel like if he would scream very fast to Mixwell, like, no, don't peek, I'm low, I need your heal, then Mixwell wouldn't have healed because Nuki was already, like, hiding. But he knew that Nuki was peeking, this is why he committed. So this is, like, had good initiation, not so good, like, later on. But yeah.
Just allow that ferrying of the spike across safely.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a comfortable plant inside the Viper's pit.
Now with the Viper's pit and the setups, it's like very hard for G2 to do anything. And I think they will even commit to like the Astra wall because it won't give them much. I can't remember if they did or not.
This is a tough retake.
Like, this is fucked. Like, you're such a disadvantage. I feel like you kind of need to make it work because otherwise you're not gonna have cash for it anyway. Now playing with a Vandal and a Viper's ult is like very scary. You don't want to do that. Oh, now they committed. This is a good call because they found the Viper, but they were already in a very bad spot and exposed to Haven, which is funny because the Viper's pit made them safe from Haven to some degree, you know? I think G2 defense is perfect. Is that sarcastic? And this is like a semi-buy for G2, 2 Spectres, 2 Sheriffs, Tens going super aggro. What do you think is the reason of 100 Thieves Icebox comeback with a Sage on attack? Because Gambit didn't do anything to expose that composition weakness. Like, they did nothing. to benefit from the fact that 100 Thieves have no Sage.
Getting the Spectres, a couple of Sheriffs to supplement, but it's very light in comparison, of course, to Sentinels, who are sitting quite flush. Shaz on the Spectre, the rest all locked and loaded, but maybe feeling out what they're coming up against. No real rush on this one yet. Yes, the walls.
I don't do anything for G2 Valorant team.
But it's not too much to worry about just yet.
Gambit played like 100 Thieves had a Sage? Exactly. And they shouldn't have.
Opening, looking like they want to get towards B now. Take that space that's been given.
No, I'm not helping, guys. I'm not helping the Valorant professional team in G2 with analysis. I do this for myself and for the broadcast, for VCT, when I'm doing it, you know? Okay, this is not really an important round. Like, there's nothing happening here, right?
It's fourth here, but Mixwell just saying gear around, but it is going to be found again by Nookie, so there's a bit of a back and forth here. It's traded. That's
Wait.
For a moment, glanced away.
How did Coldamenta found the gun from Dapper? Alright.
Yeah, but it's instant traded. That's the beauty there. Ten's coming around, but it is going to be found again by Nookie, so there's a bit of a
Nice try with the wall. Mixwell tried to cut off at least one corner where he knew there's one player, but yeah. He didn't have enough time to actually get the kill.
From Sentinels. Yes, a couple of kills here and there, but I'm looking at rounds now. This is not a comfy map for G2. If you look statistically, sure, you may look at it on first glance and go, oh, that's okay, but think outside that one game they played recently, it's all been relatively far in the past. This has not been a map that they sit on, so this is a gorgeous take. On your screen. They're feeling themselves. They're pumped up, and why not? This is the first step on the stage for them. They have to reclaim that reputation.
4-1 operator on Kellogg's. So again, Kellogg's is gonna go for the B peak, but this time with the operator, there's the stun from Astra to take the space to help him with that. So the thing is here, right? A very small setup. The Astra stuns here. This allows Kellogg's to have that operator peak. And this was not something that they used before. So the round before where Kellogg's died in first 3 seconds was miscommunication between them. Because they have the setup. He peeks after that stun to get the space and then Astra can rotate. Right? This is where you can see Astra rotating to mid. But they actually didn't do that the round before where Kellogg's died in this space. So this was, I feel like, the reason why Kellogg's died was because Avova didn't help him with that utility that was here, because we had the star. Look, let me show it to you. In the previous round. Hello? No, the previous round. First buy round. Here, this one. Look. This is it, right? Yeah, this is it. Look. There's a star here. See this? There's a star here that was meant to be a gravity well or a stun. Right? But it wasn't used till Kellogg's died. See? He peaked too fast. Okay, so this is not Avova's fault. This is like Kellogg's peaking a little bit too fast. Because the star wasn't even ready, right? Already now? Kind of hard to say. But it's definitely on both of them. Or not communicating. Because Avova didn't help with the star and Kellogg's died because he committed to the fight. They're like two things. Like maybe Kellogg's thought there's gonna be the gravity well or the stun being used. And this is why he committed. But essentially he died because of that. So yeah, interesting. Let's go back. Pum.
Step on the stage for them. They have to reclaim.
This is the. Okay, so this is. See, this is. Now he peaks. Interesting. Look. Now he peaks with that being ready. Look. See? No, he actually peaks before that, but it wasn't used before.
They do.
This is like still off timed. I don't like that. I feel like Kellogg's is peaking too fast in that point. Okay, Nookie, he plays in vents every single round, even though he's the walled off, right? Sorry, not walled off. He's smoked off. So Sentinels know that if Nookie pops the showstopper, and he had the showstopper from the beginning of round, he's mid. And there are still 3 players there. So this is actually a very, very risky and I feel like could have been avoided. But Nookie just goes for a showstopper in front. Oh, I don't know. I like that. I don't know, I like that. Especially since, like, the only reason here is he just stops a push. That's essentially it. He just stops a push. Because of the Sage wall on B heaven here. You see this? Kind of weird.
The showstopper, but nothing on the other side of it.
Like, he needed a contact. Like, the thing is, if he wants to be effective with this ult, someone from this area needs to have contact. But no one had any contact because they were not even peeking. In the meantime, Viper is just controlling A. This is why we also see Killjoy being swapped to A, so she can control and try to counter the Viper utility. I don't know if there was an alarm bot in the beginning of the round. Was there one? Was that destroyed? There's no alarm bot. He has no cash for it. Oh my god, that's terrible. That's really terrible. So right now, the turret is controlling A, while Coldamenta is controlling Haven and ramp. So he's controlling Haven to not be dead on A side because they're playing retake on A. This is why he's on Haven next to Vents, so he can also help Nuki in case he needs help and can just leave here. It's a smart setup.
Just to try and slow down this push or try and regain some control.
That's a good one. Interesting from Tens. He's being smoked off right now? No. The smoke wasn't there yet. Ah, okay. So, well, he's fucked because of the Astra's smoke goes off from vents. But interesting that Tens peeked Haven instead of trying to kill Nuki here. To be honest, like, I'm a little bit surprised that he went for that wide swing on Mixwell instead of trying to controlling Nuki, because this is the angle where he can be peeked from here, but now he's on a double cross. And no one from mid can help him because Nuki has a better angle for him. This is why he dies. And then the smoke appears, so there's no way he can be traded. Interesting. And Nuki gets a second kill for the smoke, which is like a random bonus.
Yeah, that's so well done by Nuki, finally taking a little bit of, I guess, proactive play towards middle, even though he's been pretty much dictated to by that man. Even just the audio cue forced his hand earlier on, and now Shazam is not done yet. He still has to do something.
Coldamenta gets the kill because of the good setup that he played. Shaz just goes through vents because Nuki got killed. Cloudburst being Cloudburst, it's... Oh! But Cloudburst is just such a fucking broken utility, man. It's insane. Jet is just so broken, man. The agent is so versatile. Man, it's insane how versatile Jet is. You want to be sneaky and then break an angle? Use Cloudburst. You want to be the fastest agent with the deadliest weapon in your hand? Oh, you're Jet. You have your ult. You are the fastest champion because you go with the knife speed while having the best gun in the game. Like, it's actually ridiculous how broken Jet is. And then on top you have the dash utility, which is the best piece of utility in the game.
But we'll see what it looks like. This is
Alright, so this is eco buy for Sentinels. They play default still. The same setup from G2. But this time, oh, see, this is the change. This is the change where Alarmabot, sorry, is controlling Haven this time, and this is why Coldamenta is just playing from CT, because now he has full setup, right? So we see the same Viper setup every round, right? Wall, smoke. And because of that, we see Coldamenta trying to counter that, because now they can just have one player without taking risks on A. We had seen Mixwell being here in A, but it was too risky for him because he had to always, like, cross the wall, right? But he can't do that because, you know, he's fucked if there's someone waiting for him right here, so he cannot go for that wall. So this is why we see Coldamenta now, and because of the turret holding this area, right, and the Alarmabot holding this area, he can just play safe in CT and wait for the retakes. Especially since he has the ultimate, so he can play in CT because he needs to get the ultimate in the corner here anyway. So yeah. And then the Kellogg's Astra combo on B. which is not well timed, as we already know, but I guess it works when no one is speaking that.
So a little bit of a Shiko here.
Alright, anything interesting happening here? It's a good lurk. Mix will travel to A to help call the meta because they have already B control and there's no mid control, so this is why they play like this. That's a pretty good setup. But the problem is they lost this space here. This here is being lost for now. So Avova needs to be on rafters to control it, right? But they don't know if someone is here. They don't know if someone is here. Like this here.
Yeah, there it is. That's the problem.
Yeah, and yeah. Get 1 second. Oh my god, dude. Let's see this. He just dies through the wall. Can you blame him for that?
Composed, keeping that structure and formation on the defense.
Kellogg's has a bad angle, by the way. Kellogg's has a very bad angle, but we'll see that in a moment. Avova here, what does he do?
They could overwhelm here so easily, though.
I mean, not much you can do here, I think, to be honest. Let me see this again.
They could overwhelm here so easily, though.
Yeah. Here, I don't think he can do anything. He's just alone and he needs to control that space. He just gets one tapped. So that's it. There's not much you can do. He was playing in a correct corner. He was trying to control that space with his star. He has a star here. So in case he gets the contact, he goes back here. He puts the star with a gravity well. He waits for the retake because 3 players are on A. So his job was just not to die, fall back, use the Astro Star. But unfortunately, he gets one tapped, which can happen. And yeah, and that's about it. So unlucky. But now, Kellogg's, he's holding a good angle. But it's still a bad angle. And I'll explain to you guys why, okay? So, look. See on the minimap. He is holding this angle with his back to the wall. So the only dash he can do is here. On the left side of it, right? This is where he can dash. And when he dashes like this, if someone is here, like if someone is peeking him from this spot here, right? Then he's dead. Here with tens, like he doesn't have enough time. But if someone would be peeking him, like from here, right? What are those legs? If someone would be closer and just swing him, Kellogg's misses, dashes past to the right, but he's not hidden anywhere. This guy just takes one step and kills him. So I really don't like the angle that Kellogg's is taking here. But it doesn't really matter because he's killed anyway. Like, he just gets bumped. But I feel like he dies because he was holding the corner so close while not being prepared for a shift peek. They can dash in front too? Yeah, but then he's fucked. You cannot dash here. Look, guys, I will show you something. You cannot dash here, right? If you dash here, then you're absolutely fucked. Because the thing is, you need to be mentally prepared against a Nico round like this. That if you dash here and there are like 3 people here, because it's an eco, they can be 3 people, even 4. Then you need to use all the cloud bursts to go here, and those people are already here, so they can spam you. Like, you're dead. You're dead anyway. So there's no way that dash would have been good. He's playing in a really bad angle, in my opinion. Especially against Eco, because now he gives an operator to tens, right? Avova dies in the middle of the set, so he gives us gun as well. But the problem is, this was like really unlucky. This was avoidable. The angle from Kellogg's was avoidable.
Welcome to NA Valorant, boys. It hits different out here. That's an op now gone. They've got the site to themselves. Keep in mind, Shaz was holding that rotation too.
I don't know, Avova was playing correctly in my opinion. Maybe he shouldn't have just like jiggle peek, but he was playing correctly. His job was to just use... His job was to get first contact, use the star, fuck off, and wait for the retake. But he gets killed. So Avova was playing correctly. I feel like just Kellogg's should have hold the B main, but not from that angle. That was the problem, I feel like, you know? Jesus Christ. Alright, now G2 was on a back foot. They lost against an eco. Can you watch after this 105th versus Gambit Icebook game to tell us what are the mistakes Gambit did on defense when they were winning 9th round pistol? We'll see if I'll have enough time. Now Shazam with the operator on attack, but he gets that for free, by the way. Standard play by G2, only Kellogg's has a different angle. Now he went to mid, but he's on a eco with the blades. Right now this is the easy round for Sentinels that they don't want to fuck up, so they will probably just hold angles for like 30 seconds or something and just wait for what G2 is doing, because they know they're gonna be eager to peek. So because that's how they played so far. So we'll see. See. Kellogg's just pushes mid. This is why they're just gonna be holding angles. Look at this shit. Zombies is just holding mid. Sick is just holding B, and there are 3 players holding A. Like, they don't need to do anything because they know that G2 is just gonna come to them. Of course, playing a 1v1 against a Jet might be a problem, but yeah. And they left the spike in front of B, which signals to us that the main plan is for them to go B. Right? This is the main plan is to fake A and go B. That's the main plan, but they can always divert from it by, if they get a kill on A, they have like a decision to rotate through spawn with the spike to A. If they don't, they destroy the utility from Killjoy and go back here when 2 players are just waiting in front of B.
Slower in approach. 3 over towards A main here. Spike.
Hello Corvo, welcome. Hello Psychiatric.
Sentinels are anticipating G2 pushing forward, making them the most of this.
Imagine not being Jet and being dead right now. Nah, couldn't be me. Nah. Dude. And now there's the rotation. They already got some control. So they go A because they get controlled. Now they get a kill, so they collapse. Tans gets another kill on CT. Kellogg's at 70 HP. He gets a kill. Very nice. But yeah. Like this. Yeah, whatever. This doesn't really matter. Like what happened here. Hello, Flakmeek.
A main's effectively being given up right now, and Sentinels are able to sit there. And the problem with
also, Astra and Jet weren't playing with each other on B's and then around to get A code. No, they were. They were playing from the beginning of the round. They just went for holding angles later on, which was the correct choice. Another change. It's a full buy round. Kellogg's is playing with the operator on the A. Interesting choice. I'm not sure if I like that. So. Look, Killjoy now plays with the turret on B, no Alarmo bot. I think no Alarmo bot. So Cash is really on the weak side from G2. Like there's I had a rat infestation in my hotel room and I had to relocate in the middle of the night. Oh my god, good thing you didn't get eaten. So Cash is tough for G2. I'm not sure if I like Kellogg's here. So why? Right? Because so far you see the exact same setup from Dapper every round, right? This wall and the smoke here. So Kellogg's cannot peek with the operator from ramp. He just cannot see shit, right? So if he wants to control A, he needs to aggro peek through the Viper wall. I don't know, I like that. It's very risky. Very, very fucking risky. With 125 HP, by the way. Let's see how that turns out, because I honestly can't remember.
Builds of how many people are stacked up behind that.
Okay, let's see how brave you're gonna get.
So he doesn't get anything, and now he's smoked off. How does he control this? He knows that no one crossed though, at least at the beginning of the round, so that's something. But he cannot control the space now. Like, he's fucked. Kellogg's is fucked right now. If I would be playing in ranked, I would be like, yeah, I'm gonna play retake on A.
We've seen the difference.
Like, there's no way.
Too, something that...
Look, he just stands here, where now everyone and their mother can go here. And they have no clue about that. Literally, G2, unless Sentinels made a lot of noise here and here, right? Unless Sentinels made noise here, let's check it out. Let's see if they're running, okay? If G2 had contact and if Sentinels did any... Let's pay attention. Let's pay attention. Let's shift. One person made noise at the beginning of the round. That's it. Only one person.
Yeah, really. Nookie's been doing quite nice.
And they have contact on mid.
Holding through here, but this time he's got Shaz working up with the op.
But now they know. Okay, so they get bailed out. But this positioning here, like, if Sentinels wouldn't have rushed right now, G2 would have been like so paranoid about this location right here. So paranoid, man. But they get bailed out by Sentinels' fast decision making this round. So yeah. Alright.
Oh, this is bursty as well. Hold on, this is gonna be real pacey. Tens,
and nothing to analyze here.
Any further flashes when you've got him and that Lear. Sick has his...
That's pretty awkward. That peak from Tens, the second one, I feel like that was a big problem. I feel like the Tens was a little bit over peaking that round. He could have waited for his teammates to join him without ego peaking again. But he got the first blood, he was feeling confident. But he could have played a little bit better with the team, I feel like, in this position.
Wow, he's actually already thinking about it. Dapper. Yeah, well done, Kellogg's. Great decision making there. And wow. G2 actually hold it down. I saw a world there where Sentinel great.
Let's take a look at it again, okay?
Still holding strong back, but it's a
look. Alright, so let's take a look at that. Tens is stuck in default right now. The gravity well doesn't allow anyone from his teammates to go next to him, but in theory, someone could be standing here. Oh shit, my camera's too big. Wait. I'll make my camera a little bit smaller. Like this. So it doesn't obscure too much. So someone could be standing in this corner here. Move the camera to top right, but then you're not gonna see the kill feed, and I feel like that's important. So we'll just have it like here. Alright, so someone could be standing in this corner here. Under the feed? Like here? Alright. So, Tens is in a tough spot. Only Sage is with him. He gets the one kill. So it's 5v4. I don't think there's any reason for him to be first peeking now. He has no Lear to help himself out. Let's see the decision making.
Further flashes when you
He doesn't peek. He doesn't peek. Sen has contact on under heaven,
got him.
and now Sen's peeks with the spike. I don't like that. He was feeling confident, but look at the minimap position right now. Look at this. Look at this position here. This is really not good right now. He peeks with the spike out in the open with no trades set up. Sick is nowhere near to him, and Tens knew about that, right? And he tries ego peeking against a player that he knows is here because Sick has contact with him, right? But Tens doesn't know about Reftus and doesn't know about under Reftus. Was that not known about the other Astra? And yeah, and this is why it's a bad peak. Like, he should have predicted there might be someone here. Like, typically you have 2 players in mid and 1 player in B. Since 1 player died, they're gonna most likely be 2 other players. Right? That's the read. So I feel like Tens here was a little bit overconfident. And that probably lost the round for Sentinels. Because he leaves the spike out in the open with no trade ready, right? And that's very unfortunate because look, Sick has no angle to trade. See? And now he's late. Avova is ready for him because Avova had a better angle and Sick didn't have the trade set up for Tens, and he dies. See? Like, this is like very minimal. Like, it's. I'm not saying those are like mistakes because you're stupid or something. Those are really fast-paced decisions that you need to make as a pro player, and sometimes you're gonna make a bad decision, right? But they had the advantage. They could play a little bit more with each other because 2 players were rotating through B main, and only Sick and Reyna were here.
Over to isolate the first. Capitalize on this one.
I love him. It's almost
Times down, Shaz is
Okay, next round. What do we have here? Tens overextended 1 round in Icebox and Sick almost called him out. What do you mean almost called him out? Was that on camera? Alright, what is happening here? Kellogg's again playing in A lobby with a small shield and operator. Oh, by the way, wait. So, in the past 10 games, Kellogg's bought Phantom 19 times. And 75 times Vandal. Like, I feel like, honestly, a thing like this, I feel like on Split, will actually... Look, he didn't buy a Phantom on Split a single time. I feel like that's gonna be a big problem going forward for a lot of players. Kellogg's didn't buy a Phantom a single time on Split. So far, in the past 10 matches, I mean, right? I really think this is gonna be a problem going forward. For a lot of players who are trying to play with a Vandal on Split. With so many, you have Astra, Viper. Many teams are also picking Viper, right? So you're gonna have so many smokes. You have Jets, which also have smokes, right? Just look at this shit. You have smokes. 5 agents right now in this game have smokes. And you're playing Vandal. If you don't have an operator. Like, I really think going forward for a lot of players is gonna be a reality check to finally swap to Phantom. And I feel like, look, every other player in G2 is playing a Phantom for that reason, in my opinion. Would an analytics tool for Valorant help to analyze matches? Was thinking to develop one. There's already run it back, my friend, which is great.
He has to be self-sufficient.
Saves me a lot of time when I analyze pro matches. Shazam with the updraft.
Something out this way, maybe starting to read into this, but look who's around the corner. Mixwell, are you?
And again, look, this is why I really don't like this. Kellogg's playing in here, like on A, is a waste. I really do think so. Look, what does he do with the operator? He cannot do shit. He cannot play from A, right? So he needs to play from elbow or CT, which if they're gonna, if Sentinels will do an execute on A, this is gonna be smoked anyway. So he has no control. He is essentially, he needs to play with the operator either from here or here or here or here. None of those spots are good. Apart from maybe this one. This is probably the best one. Yeah, probably this one on A side, clear, like in middle of the A, is probably like the best way for him to play if there's an execute. But I feel like really he is literally just FK for G2 right now. He has no impact because of the fact that he's playing an operator on a site that has the Viper setup every single round. I've never seen this. It's this Viper setup, and it's really quite insane. It's just a better Cypher Lurk setup. My friend, how did you not see this setup? Like, I'm using it every day on ranked. Every day I'm playing Viper on split. This is the Lurk setup that I do. Like, that's one of the setups that was one of the oldest split setups from Vipers. Like, if you guys remember when I was playing with Doffer, like 4 months ago, we were already using that setup. Mixwell with the kill. Shazam now gets the trigger. Like, he knows that Mixwell is low HP because he gets the info from Dapper. Dapper tells him now, fuck, kill him, he's 1 HP, 1 HP, go, 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 go. And Shazam is like, okie dokie.
It's not beautiful, but it does find intent.
Yeah. Chat, go easy on me. It's okay, Purple. He gets the 1 kill because it's, you know, Jet is broken. Now he misses that. This is so lucky for Nookie. Look. This is so lucky, man. Fortunately for G2, now Kellogg's is a little bit worth a little bit more because Mixwell killed Dapper. So the wall and smoke doesn't work.
This man's on a mission. Take down
oof. I don't know about that one. I'll be honest with you guys. I feel like, look, Shazam has the dash. It's 4v4. It's it's a 4v4. They have 3 guns still. He can pick up a gun from Dap's body. He got 1. Why is he committing this? This is a little bit overconfident from Shaz. Like, look, here, if he makes a front step and he stands here where he cannot dash away to safety on right. So I don't really like this. After missing the initial few knives, I feel like if he just dashes back to A to pick up a gun from Dapper's body, man, they would have such a cute advantage. But because, look, he goes for the fight here, right? He gets 1 knife in, the others misses. He has 1 knife left, or 2. Right? This is probably the moment when he should have said, fuck it, I'll go back. I'll pick up a gun from Dapper's body, right? But he goes in, he steps forward, and now this is the moment when he's like, okay, now I'm committed. He made the step forward, so he doesn't have an updraft, he doesn't have a gun. So if he dashes left side, he cannot destroy the Sage wall, so he cannot go back, so he needs to commit to a fight with Nookie, either way. And now he's fucked. He had 2 knives, he misses them, he has 11 HP, he still has the dash, but there's no way of using it, because he overcommitted. Like the step forward was the mistake. Dap's body's in front of him. No, that's Big Sword's body. That's his kill. Like this, honestly, Shaz overcommitted here. I'm nitpicking, of course, but I can nitpick because, you know, I'm just doing analysis of this. But if Shazam doesn't make the front step, he still goes for the last two knives, but dashes to this right side. He's safe. He gets a kill for an equalizer, and he gets the gun from Dap's body in A. Right here, he stands in this spot, dashes here, gets the gun here, and they re-aggress, and they have a 4v4. So this was actually could have been played better.
Can't quite get it that time though. Nuki once again steadfast holds heaven. Look at that spike.
Yeah, my eyes go straight towards him over here. Obviously, Sick does have that wall to get himself safe passage. And that's it, the Cosmic Divide going to come up as well. Just to make absolutely sure elsewhere, Nuki will find 10s, but...
Probably because he thinks he can get the timing on Nuki. What timing? They're already fighting. There's no timing there.
In hell. Now a 2v4. Ultimate's available for G2 as well.
Yeah, plenty to work with here. Now we wait patiently for that playback through. They're already quite close here, G2 just around this corner. Sick and Zoms. One back sight, one towards main. The first challenge.
Why is Kellogg speaking here?
Sick and Zoms. One back sight.
He peeks with no contact whatsoever. That's really weird. I don't like this at all. Kellogg shouldn't be peeking first. The guy from Rafters or under Rafters should be peeking first, so then the guy from B can trade him. Here, look, Kellogg's is untradeable. He peeks because of the utility from the Astra, right? He misses the shot, but he's untradeable because look at the positions from the other players. Look here, look here. Like, there's just no position to trade him. Absolutely no position to trade him because it's so far away. I feel like he was just confident that he's gonna get the kill. But, I don't know. This is kind of weird. This is kind of weird, not gonna lie. Especially because, sorry, the left side is gravity well, right side is stun. So he has no certainty where someone is. Zomslov's off angles? It wasn't off angle, he was just pushed here because of the utility. He was actually in the spot. Look, because of the utility from Astra, one utility is here, one utility is on the left side, here, right? So Zoms need to be either here, in this corridor, right? This is where Zoms needs to stand. So Kellogg's can have a pre-fire on him if he had an actual gun and not a operator, right? But because this was a stun here, this being a stun allows anyone to stand in another spot because you can still stand here, here, here. So if you peek from this, you need to still check this angle first before going into this angle. If the gravity well would have been used here, and this would have been the stun, this would allow this player to pre-aim in this angle while ignoring this one, or checking only one angle on this side because they are getting a gravity well, and then checking the other angle first. So yeah, kind of awkward. Like, a lot of min-maxing could have been done here. But, you know, this is me nitpicking, right? This is me nitpicking. But I really do think that in case of, like, this is stun, this is pull, Kellogg's cannot peek first. He needs to wait for Nuki and Coldamenta for double swing. This is the strong point. This is the strong point for G2. To have a double peek available from Nuki and Coldamenta. But because Kellogg's eyes right now, they're fucked. And they are, like, off timing. So much.
force, no trade.
Look, if, man, the fact that Coldamenta can actually lose the gunfight here against Zomps and be untradeable, my god, this was so lucky for G2. This was so lucky for G2. If Coldamenta dies here, this is an absolute throw because they went for 2 1v1 fights. Such a close angle. My god, dude. This round, if I would be a coach for G2, I would be like, oh my god, we were so lucky in this round. This is what we have to fix. Point. There's so many things you can fix in this round. It's a 4v2 retake, and it's barely won.
It's gonna go down.
My god, dude. Really. Not a single fight, apart from this one, because Avova was ready to trade. Not a single one of them before was an actually good fight for G2.
There's nothing more. It's Nuki. Great round from Nuki there. And
Oh.
a couple of the others chiming in well, but I've got to say it, between, in my mind,
My
Avova
god,
and
dude.
Nuki right
I need to bring some water. Be right back.
Revealing area. Found them.
Galahad, tier 3! Damn! Wait, give us a second. We need to celebrate. Tier 3 Sabarino from Galahad. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome to the private jet. You're landing in the private airport as well. Ready for that private dinner with me on the private jet, my bro. Thank you much for the 10 months of support, broski. Welcome back. Hope you're gonna enjoy the caviar, the champagne, the VOD review. We're gonna be sitting here in front of this big CRT screen. I'm gonna do a VOD review. Are you joining me here, Galahad? Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome back. I like the fact that you're facing each other, right? All right. Let's go. Round 1 by 2. With a lot of luck.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Avova is synonymous with playing that anchor role, and time again, he's able to bail G2 out. But in this series, he's really going to be tested, right? And we've seen it a couple of times now. Sentinels, they're testing the water, they're dipping the toes elsewhere, and they have such a good read on when to hit these rotations, right? When to catch G2 out, create their own gap almost in the defense. And this is another perfect example. Yes, head count maybe is a consideration to make here, but Retake, and they only leave 1.
Why is he not swinging that guy behind the wall? It's so fucked. Yeah.
Crazy. Seems like that was a little bit of a weird round in their mind.
Yeah,
Huh.
odd.
Huh. Are they allowed to say that word and I'm not? Fine. Alright, fine. But yeah, I think something I was kind of considering coming into this as well was that there's a chance.
What does ISTG means? What's the acronym?
They are a sleeping giant to an extent. We don't know the depth of this roster. I think we
What
saw
is
the
that?
run coming into this, the qualification. It wasn't, you know, the G2 thing.
I mean,
Fuel entire time after Reykjavik and even leading in.
Kellogg's again on A, man. I really don't like that.
Maybe get a Red Bull instead. Way better. But for now,
I really
we'll get back
don't
into
like
this and
that.
See where we left off. The money has been humbled for Sentinels.
Sick with the Spectre here. Again, Sentinel's going to focus their efforts towards mid. And actually, nobody even holding this. Nuki going to be called upon here, but Sick actually finds the opener here.
What is happening here with G2? What is happening? Why is he alone? What? How how is he alone here? They have B control. G2 has B control. Look, I don't know. They have no A control. Even though G2 has 2 players on A, they have no A control. All of this is activated. So, Kellogg's doesn't see shit. Unless this wall is off? Smoke is activated. Why is... The wall has to be activated. Maybe it's not? Okay, the wall has to be down because Avova is just looking at here. So weird. So, Dapper chose to activate the smoke without activating the wall. I think. Maybe it's a misclick? Because if this wall would have been activated, Kellogg's wouldn't stand here and Avova wouldn't stand here. I would have to see Dapper's perspective to see like 100%. Wait. Is that... There's no Dapper's perspective here, right?
Ready to go. Coffee being consumed from the beautiful shop. Maybe get a Red Bull instead. Way better. But for now, we jump back through to this and have to see where we left off. The money has been humbled for Sentinels.
The smoke is activated. No clue about the wall. So weird.
Sentinels going to focus their efforts towards mid. Actually, nobody even hold it.
But look at this. I don't understand this. Like, this makes no sense. G2 is not prepared for anything. Look. They had B control. I don't understand why is Mixwell down here. This is G2 playing 4v5 right now. Like, I understand the rotation from Coldamenta because he set up the B control so he can go mid reinforce this team. But why is Mixwell down here? Let me find an answer for that. What was he doing before? He is on rafters here. 5 seconds ago, he's on rafters. Did he fall?
Focus.
He is still on rafters right now. He is still on rafters.
Their efforts towards
He falls! Mixwell falls from rafters right here. In the 24th second. He falls from rafters. I think he just, I don't know, just fell by accident. I think he literally fell by accident. And he leaves Nuki alone because of that. I literally think that happened. Look. And because of that, Nuki is alone when he thinks Mixwell is with him. Look at Mixwell. He's looking right now on B main for no reason. So he makes a mechanical mistake, tries to go back up because he goes under heaven. See? Here. Look.
even hold this.
He goes up, but Nuki's already dead. That's literally the reason why they lose this round. Because Mixwell fell off rafters. Mixwell at 24 seconds ago, so 2 seconds ago, he was standing here. This is Mixwell. And he goes, uh-oh. Beep. He fell down. He needs to go up here. And because of that, Nuki dies. Unlucky, really. This is really unlucky for G2 because there's no trade. So in this spot, like... The thing is, if this happens, the call should be, right? But this is like super awareness. This is super awareness of what can happen. Because Mixwell should tell Nuki, fuck, I'm not ready for you. Hide. And Nuki would have to go here. And just hold this angle. Till Mixwell goes back. Or, the call was... From Mixwell, there's another option. Mixwell tells Nuki, fuck, I'm under heaven, I need to go back up. And this is why Nuki tries to save him by standing here. I think this is actually the more probable. So, what I think what happened is Mixwell fell by accident, asked Nuki to help him, because he knows that if he takes the rope, the contact from male is first, they get a kill on him. So Nuki needs to hold this angle. Nuki has to hold this angle to help Mixwell go back to his position. But because of that, this is entirety is off-timed, and Nuki's alone, and he dies because of that. Why is Sick Picks alone with Spike? Because it's an eco and he goes for a risky play. Like, that's one of the rounds when risky plays are allowed. That's essentially it. No one like gives a fuck about you doing a risky play on an eco because someone needs to do a hero play. Hello, Bora. Nuki could also position behind the wall next to ropes. What? Which ropes? The jump sound triggered Sick to go for it. Also could have been a thing. Man, this is such a big kill, bro. And he knows that there's one under heaven, so he knows most likely that there's no one on the right side. Now he's certain. Mixwell fucks up the slow, by the way. This is why. Oh my god, dude.
Players here to defend.
That is some serious, man. He should have used this grenade for that. I don't think Nuki had time. Could have been like Mixwell and Coldamenta were switching places and Nuki was like, I have mail, and he just get auto-aimed? No. That's not possible. Why would they swap places? There's no reason for... Look, Coldamenta doesn't need to swap places because he is controlling B main. And there's a Sage Wall as well. So what is Coldamenta doing is he wanted to go mid to help Nuki and Mixwell on it. To reinforce this angle. But because of Mixwell's unfortunate fall, they lose this.
So actually, listen, that orb onto hell, I expect that was the intended. Lockdown available. That's it. Yeah, there's only one member towards B main here. The alarm bot's going to spot that out if Dapper decides to push.
There was already a slow in Haven though. Why did he throw the another one? I was super confused. I'm actually not sure here. Hard for me to say.
Shone through. Sentinels now,
so it's a 5v4. And now Tens has a gun. They have a Spectre, which Sick already had, and now Tens has a Phantom. He's on Reyna with an ultimate. I wonder why isn't he popping it?
Found a kill. Yeah, but look at Kellogg's though.
Maybe this is because they don't want to push. But that's... Oh yeah. So Coldamenta now... Oh my god. Oh... This is so painful. Because this is so painful, man. Coldamenta needs to use a lockdown on a round that he would never like to use it. Like, he needs to use it, because otherwise they will lose this round. They're gonna get pushed and fucked. There are only 2 players here. Look, this is a good decision by Coldamenta. Like, this is a great decision by Coldamenta, but he would never like to do it. In a normal circumstance, there's no way they will do that. But the thing is, Avova is cut off. So Mixwell, with no utility, and Coldamenta, with some utility, have to hold B alone against 5 players. Like, there's no way they're gonna be successful, even against ecos. The opponents have 2 guns from Heaven B. So this is why Coldamenta is triggering the ult, which is a great decision. But it's not a good decision, team-wise, because this is not the round when they wanted to use the ultimate from Coldamenta. So he's fucked right now. He's griefing the next rounds. But he needs to put this here, because he needs to make sure that they're not getting pushed. And the side effect of this is also Mixwell has a res. So if this if this lockdown is effective and will push out people outside of the circle, they will have enough space to get the res off. But this is two ultimates that they would never like to use. Never would like to use otherwise. This is not the round they wanted to use the res. This is not the round they wanted to use the lockdown. So they were never in a position to make this in the first place. So yeah, this is like a terrible round for G2. The decisions to use those ultimates is good, but the round they're using in those is definitely not ideal.
As well. Just talk about the ult coming through there. That'll be Killjoy popping theirs down. Overlooking to
Res, but he has no gun now. Even if he doesn't have a gun, they need numbers and they need the showstopper.
Capitalize on this.
But it's only 2 rounds left. Is it worth to save all ultis for the last round? But guys, this is an eco round. This should never be lost by G2. So they are able to go for a 6-6 half with just the ultimates. They would have 3 ultimates for the last round. So they get the res because of the Killjoy lockdown, which is a good decision. Now it's a 5v5. They have the showstopper, but they griefed themselves for the last round.
Invested into this round, though,
unlucky. This is a huge win for Sentinels. Even if they lose this round, for Sentinels, this is a great round.
Got the upgrade
Now Nuki, see, this is the paint shots that he didn't use before. With the contact of the turret from here, now he uses the paint shots to stop the push. It's 30 seconds, so this is valuable. Because of the contact here from the turret, right? This is the turret. Like this. Right? The paint shots are being bounced. They stop the push for like 5 seconds, which allows Avova and Kellogg's to rotate. Because they know that this is gonna happen right now. Sentinels were gonna explode on B. Right? Unless they will go through vents. But this is gonna be heard by G2. And they lose Nuki again. Because Shazam just peeks him while he was throwing the nade. Oh my god. Shazam wanted to dash forward for the gun, I guess, because he didn't expect Mixwell to be here. Okay. But Mixwell actually gets the trade, but now they go back, they hear, G2 hears this, and this is the moment where for sure, G2 needs to start rotating. Especially if Mixwell dies. But it's still not rotating. Avova is now is rotating, Avova, okay. Good decision. Coldamenta dies anyway, because Mixwell cannot help him. Yeah, well...
Isn't alone here. Coldamenta apparently what is Sentinels doing? How are they converting some of these rounds potentially?
Yeah, those kills are really not important. Like, what happened here is not important.
3v2. Up in the hands of Kellogg's and Avova with the rifle.
Sentinels already won that round a minute ago.
Now, 2 rifles collected, put into the hands of Tens. Dapper, sick, all just fine. Tens going to put himself as a tip of the spear to swing if needed. As Kellogg starts to maybe have a little look around, size foray into this. Avova just starting to lean through, and Tens caught one. And now Kellogg's, yeah, run as much as you might. They're not going to let you leave. Sentinels! This is twice now. This is twice now this has happened on weaker buys that G2 have just
But
been
I really do think that Kellogg's on A has no impact. Kellogg's with that operator on an A, that's something I said about like so many rounds. There's just no impact from him.
Actually got his showstopper triggered there, so it was actually costed as well on top of the lockdown and the revive for G2 to try and swing that back in their favor.
G2's mental is being tested here.
So Kellogg's now goes to mid, but he has a Vandal, and then G2 has like Sheriff, a Spectre, 3 rifles. Because they griefed the previous round. See? This is like the ripple effect. Because of the fact that G2 lost the previous round, which was an eco, they lost 3 ultimates, and now have no operator on defense, and no 2 rifles. They threw everything.
Sentinels, there is never not a
So
round that
on paper, they should lose this round as well.
Something they'll work for something, and this is that rude awakening, but it's still a decent half if G2 get maybe 5. I'd say it's manageable on 4, but it's tough.
He gets hit. He cannot repeat that. There's no point.
And for now, Mixwell gets that first.
Nuki and Kellogg's, like, this is a huge stack on A right now. This is a lot of gamble. Like, this is actually a very good play by G2. They have control of a mid because of the turret. They have no control of a B because Avova is just holding this, right? But Avova is playing on contact and then he goes CT. So they play retake on B. Right? This is actually a very smart setup by G2. They're playing their odds. Avova with the Phantom plays the contact. If he gets the contact, he never fights. He just tries to get a contact and go back to B, to CT to play retake. He knows if he's gonna get pushed from heaven because the turret is here. And if he's gonna get pushed by this, he will use the star to slow it down. He will go CT again and wait for the rotation from A. While A, this here, there are two ways of playing it out. Either you play super aggressively, right? Or you just wait. But the thing is, if you wait, there's a high chance your opponents will just go through mid and through here. So I feel like G2 has to go for a play by being aggressive here and try to do something. Because this is the way they run the round. The win condition for G2 on this round is to try to get a kill, to trade up, and have an advantage, a man advantage by peeking with numbers. Let's see how it plays out, because I honestly can't remember. Stans uses the Leer, which is being destroyed or not? It is being destroyed. Tans is also sitting now in a Snakebite, which is being used by Dapper. Some small miscommunication right now from Sentinels. Does he die from this? Almost. So that Snakebite was to check the left angle. But Tans didn't know about that and he stepped into it. Well, that was awkward. And he cannot get a heal because Sage is on the other side of the map.
Spam through that poison orb as well, but
so now they have to play slow. And G2 is now waiting because they have a good crossfire here. Kellogg's get... Is that a good crossfire? It's not the best crossfire. So the thing is, if Kellogg's gets a contact here, by seeing this setup, look, Kellogg's has the first contact if someone peeks from here, right? If someone is here in front of Tans, this is Kellogg's contact. But because of this line here from Nuki, this is not a good crossfire with any other character apart from Jet. Because the Jet will do this. Jet gets first contact, tries to get a kill, she dashes away. And this puts enough of a bait for someone to try to re-peek, to get a trade on the player that dies from the first contact of Jet, and then Nuki has the bait and gets the kill on that player. And this only works with Jet or Reyna. If Reyna gets a kill, but Jet doesn't have to get the kill. So this is a good setup just because this is Jet. If this would have been any other character, terrible setup. But it works for this setup because it's a Jet and this couldn't be anyone. Let's see how that plays out.
3 members of G2 hit against Spike.
Oh, Kellogg's dies. And now Raze is fucked. Now Raze is fucked.
Completely the other way.
He like needs to stand here. He cannot use any utility. He just needs to stand his ground. No one should think about him being there. Shazam, by some miracle, doesn't hit the shot, even though he has the first contact on Nuki, because Nuki has a terrible angle. But he just misses and dashes out because he's a Jet. Jesus. Oh, if your Jet dies, that's just nade and run. He could have done that, but I guess he just wanted to hold angle. But he has a terrible angle. But
out once again. Just a retreat though.
Hello, Lays.
Now it's just one man. It's Avova in position.
Thank you, Born to Die.
And hold down B. as soon as this hit,
I love this VOD reviews. You learn so much. Thanks for doing it. My pleasure, my friend.
They're all trying to they're trying to control A site.
And now Sentinels just go B, where Avova is alone. They destroyed the turret on mid. G2 is not rotating. Avova is actually not... So, oh my god, this is so tough for G2. Avova needs to try to get a kill before he goes back to CT. He needs an equalizer. Like, G2 right now, he needs an equalizer before making a retake.
It's the wall for Dapper that's keeping him.
Alright, Avova, what have you got for us? You have every player coming your way. You are in.
Alright, he goes for the hero play. But he dies in smoke.
Yeah.
So, why did Avova go here? Avova in this situation, his thought process is, the only way we win this round is if I get a double or a triple kill. That's what Avova thinks. And it's a good thinking, because they're already on a back foot. So they need to make hero plays because they're playing on a back foot. Mixwell is still on a sheriff. They're all far away from him. He's alone. He needs to be, right now, the hero that G2 needs. He needs to get 2 or 3 kills. And it's possible because of his utility. But he just gets read by Sentinels and just dies. So, very good awareness by Sentinels.
This is some good nine says, see you in the next half. But 3 now stand. Coldamenta, Nookie, Mixwell. Spike now planted. And they have the way to work back in. They have so little information on this side of the map as well, playing back in from that A side. Which is happy to look towards him.
I mean, what can you do?
Is up.
Wait. What? What? What am I witnessing here? Why they're just jumping down in a muddy puddle? What is this, G2? Okay, why I'm upset? Look at this. What the fuck did I just witness? Look at this, and look at this. All of this, what I just marked, is why the guy here jumping first is a bad decision. So, let me explain everything. They go all from heaven. They have no time to rotate to like CT and so on, right? So they need to commit to retaking from heaven together. How do you make this a good retake? How do you try to win a round? By using what you have at your disposal, right? And there's few things that you can do. I will explain to you, like, what I think is the best choice is Nookie's double satchel. So this would be, if I would be IGLing in this game right now, and this would be my round, I tell Nookie, you double satchel out underneath the pillar. So he jumps out of the smoke, jumps on the pillar, and he can check every angle. He can get a contact on the guy on rafters, he can get a contact on the guy on heaven, and he can jump underneath here, so those people can jump after him and get the trade, or even no trade, they can just get the kill, right? But they don't go for it. That's fine. They still have other options. The second best option is a little bit slower one, so I don't like it. This is why I feel like Nookie's double satchel is so important. Like this is the MVP right now. The double satchels. This is the jet dash, or the substitute of the jet dash that they need right now to clear the corners, because now they're attacking. G2 is the attacking side. They're not the defenders anymore. They are the attackers. They need to attack the site to kill the defenders, which is Sentinels in the post plant, right? How do you do that? Typically, your jet is opening, right? They don't have a jet, but they have Nookie with double satchels. So they can just use that as a substitute. And they can get info because it's basically a drone, right? And there's a chance they will not lose even Nookie because it's the movement is so hectic. Like he can do this, right? But they don't go for that, which is fine. But then you have this that you can use to check under heaven. You can use your bot. You can stand in the smoke, use the bot to check under heaven, or you can just throw the nano swarm to check under heaven and just push out the player from here, right? Or if you don't use the satchels, if you don't use the Killjoy's utility, you still have Mixwell, who has nothing. He is literally with a sheriff. He's useless right now. This guy should be jumping first, not Killjoy. This guy has the lowest value. This person here has the lowest value. This guy. This guy and this guy have the highest value because of the guns. So your lowest value guy should be going first and check the corner. Massive blunder by G2. Massive blunder. I mean, they still, like, it's a 3v5 retake. Don't get me wrong. This is like a very small chance of winning. But they essentially said, fuck it, we lost this round. By playing like this, they said, we lost. They didn't play to the odds. They didn't min-max. They just said, fuck it, we lost already, let's just get over with it. Like, there's no way this is successful.
That's gonna be sick. Gets the first option to follow up. It's gonna be 10 supporting him. And now
and Nuki is using the satchels for I don't know what. Nuki used it. Look at the satchels.
Is up there. It's gonna be sick.
Nuki uses the satchel now to bop. To bop sick. The satchels don't even do damage.
First option to follow up. It's
Or yeah, the satchels don't do damage. This is the damage from the shot from Mixwell.
drop down from rafters.
Look,
Cordamenta is up there.
he's 150. He gets damaged by Cordamenta here. Is he? Yeah, he's damaged by Cordamenta to 88. Now he's being shot by Mixwell to 56 from 88. And the satchel deals 16 damage. Because it's not armed. If the satchel needs to land and wait 750 milliseconds to get armed, there's a specific sound for a satchel to make before she gets fully armed and can deal like 40 damage or something.
It's gonna be 10 supporting him. And now
So it's like, whatever, man.
just old Nuki, and they know where he is, and they're gonna start
Terrible
teaming
round
up.
by
So
G2.
nice for now. But time high pockets starting to dwindle down. He's got 3 more to find. This feels almost impossible.
It is absolutely impossible here. Nuki has to find another one before the way in, but Zombs will stop that from happening. Sentinels will close out 8-4 on the half, and nothing short of clinical in my eyes. Again, those 2 thrifty rounds stick out in my mind where G2 looking a little rattled. That's a killer.
It is. It's straight away after that too. So they
Alright, let's see.
Launches gonna
That is everything that I was talking about already.
up in the corner.
Sean there, Jules. Now we look at the matchups and
Alright, let's see. How is Split getting attacker-sided now? You know, it's funny because I always was saying that on broadcast. During the VCT broadcast in EU, I was always saying that that Split is a bit attacker-sided because teams are getting better at executes.
again, 10, Shazam. And
So G2 is making a 5-man push right now.
How successful are they going to be doing that? And how successful are they going to be?
Dapper made a wall for mid
Build the comeback,
and for B, which, by the way, look at the minimap. Dapper made a small piece of space here for him to make, like, if someone wants to peek B from here, he needs to check the left side first. It's actually very cool. It might actually bait into a kill sometimes.
attempt to win this.
We're going to find out right about now. 8-4, Sentinels very much.
So Sick is just using first tempo wall to get a lot of info. Like, if this gets destroyed, it gets spammed by many people, so they will know how many people are here. If doesn't get destroyed, they can rotate.
In the lead, but now it's the turn of G2.
Okay, so now they know. Nuki already satcheled in. He just goes in on site. He has the classic. They destroy the wall, so they're pushing. But now look at this. Sentinels already prepared. I don't know. I can't remember who won this round, okay? But look. There's a one Astro Star here, and there's another one here. This is already a setup for Zomps to do a gravity well into a stun, most likely. That's what's gonna happen. The stars from attackers are here, here, and here. So this is smoke, smoke, and this is a gravity pool, right? But the thing is, this utility on the attackers, so 1, 2, 3, this will be negated by just this. And then Sick, oh, he doesn't have slows, doesn't matter. They will just hold this. So we'll see how that goes. And if that happens, then G2 has to go towards heaven to try to reaggress. Once this utility pops off, G2 will need to push heaven, which would be a good choice because there's no one here, but of course they don't know that. But let's see how this pans out. Like this is also the moment where Sentinels need to rotate. We're gonna see most likely Tens just go here the moment they have contact on A, and Kellogg's and Shazam goes into vents the moment there's a contact over here as well. While Dapper, I feel like there are two options for Dapper. If he needs to rotate, he most likely is gonna push spawn to get another like info, because in case, so why is this important? If Dapper goes to spawn and this is being stopped and if they don't go ramps, then Dapper can give info about any noise in sewers or if they go spawn. Because if they go sewers, they might go quietly, right? But if they go spawn, they're gonna go running. So Dapper can be like, I'm just gonna give you guys info, maybe get like a kill or two. If he gets one kill, he's fucked, but if he gets a double kill, he wins this for Sentinels. Let's see what they do.
And speaking of,
Smoke! Oh. Okay, I'm surprised by this. I'm really surprised by this, that this is being used for a smoke and not for a gravity well. Interesting.
First.
And see, look at this. This smoke actually allows Kellogg's to get a kill on Sick.
Man forward, joined by Nookie, takes out Sick, and it's
interesting.
quick. He's gonna keep
interesting.
forward, and Zombs back of sight.
But Zombs gets a double kill anyway of the gravity well, and he knows about Kellogg's and elbow. I think that was just off-timed. Unlucky for Sentinels. I like the idea of the smoke suck, but in this case, because they were pushed so fast, I feel like just the suck stun would have helped Six survive. But at the same time, he would not be allowed to like rotate if he gets a kill. But in my opinion, if you're in this position, like you just need to fight and you're gonna die anyway. So
Somehow, Manhandle.
Kellogg's gets the kill, which is important for G2, because now if Kellogg's dies here, the round is done. Dapper still didn't rotate, which I find very interesting. Now he goes in. He picks up his smoke, right? And he goes through mid. Kellogg's gets another kill on Tens. There's a lot of noise being made by Dapper. He goes really loud. So Avova knows about Dapper. He doesn't know about Shen because about Shazam because he gets the timing.
A little bit of timing to this.
Hold on.
But he look, he waits for Dapper, and Shazam doesn't give any info about Avova because he doesn't know. But Shazam gets the pick on here, and Nuki dies, right?
If he can find
Yeah, he's not Jet. He cannot dash away. So that's big. But Avova should get a kill here because Dapper will not be ready for Avova. Yep. So that happens. Now Shazam gets the info. He needs to react very fast. Shazam gets the kill. Oh my god, dude.
Shazam, you're a nasty, nasty player right now in the 1v1. Kellogg's has already found 3. And it's to save it, Shazam!
Yeah.
Just breaking hearts!
My god. Shazam with the Red Bull clutch in the pistol.
Shazam with this lurk, man. Like, that was... I will show you something. Look. Avova's task is to watch ramp. This is Avova's task, to watch ramps. But he will not watch ramps
Precariously in control. Kellogg's, it wasn't pretty, but he gets
because he's
done.
worried about the lurk. But look at this. This is so unfortunate.
3 for him this
Avo
round.
I don't know why he... I'm not sure why Avova is now looking at Suez instead of ramp. I'm not sure why is this reasoning here right now.
V2.
Like, he never checked ramp. Look.
In control. Kellogg's, it wasn't pretty, but he
He
gets the job
actually
done.
never checks ramp.
That's
He never peeks. He never checks ramp. This...
3 for him.
That's so weird.
This
I don't get
round,
it.
and now 3
It's just bad decision, I guess. He just looked at the... Look, the thing is, because of the Sage Wall, the only angle he has is like this. He never sees ramp. He never sees this angle here. And I feel like that's a big mistake. You know? Sorry. Like, I feel like that's a very big mistake. He never checked ramp. So he allows Shazam to get the lurk because of that. And this is the moment where Dapper makes noise and Avova hears him, but not before. So there was no trigger, no sound trigger for Avova to be aware, but now he knows how far away Dapper is. And this is the moment where he should check ramp again, but he's already too late.
Shazam. And Shaz has found a little bit of
See?
time.
He's checking the ramp, but again he didn't check the ramp. He only looked at this area here. That's a big blunder.
He can find his own.
That's a big blunder. This is why G2 loses the pistol round even though they had a free K. Like, it's a 2v3, man. Oh my god, dude. And also, Nuki, that's another thing. Nuki feels he's safe, right? Nuki feels he's safe, so he's planting in the open because Avova should be giving him info if someone crossed. But he didn't hold that. So, honestly, I feel like Avova should communicate that he didn't check ramps because he just like half-assed it. So Nuki should be planting safe, but he doesn't know that. So you cannot blame Nuki for planting out in the open. That's like a butterfly effect of bad decision makings and unlucky timings.
That spike plant now denied. Avova catches the rotation, and now the fight is going to be between... Oh, wow, Shaz is just that bit better. Classic. Wow, you're looking at these two. G2's making all these, you know...
And G2 now, they don't force because they didn't get the plant. If they had the plant, they would have definitely forced. 5 Spectres. G2 just tries to go 5. Matsi, wait.
Found them.
Yo, Matsi, welcome back, my friend. Wait, Matsi subscribed to you tier 2? How? Wait, what? Matsi, why this has no months? Wait, what? This is a second account. Did you get banned on the other account? Why are you on a second account? Let's see. What is going on? Don't get me started. What does that mean? I'm waiting for an explanation. I had to delete the other account. I had such a massive breach. I even had to delete the PayPal one. Holy shit. Did you not have a 2-factor authenticator or something? Oh my god, dude. Well, lesson learned for you to have a 2-factor authenticator, my friend. Oh no. And you had the immortal rank on it as well. A lesson for everyone. Yes, if you don't have a two-factor authenticator on important accounts, you should set it up right now. Matsi, I'm so sorry, bro. Not only you had 75,000 bits on that account, you also had 140 gifted subs. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Matsi. I cannot even transfer that stuff to you to this account. I cannot do it. I am sorry, bro. I hope that you're fine, though. I hope you didn't lose anything else that is actually important. Yeah, but we can give you the VIP back. Wait. Can give you the VIP back. Oops. Hey. Here we go. Alright. Sorry, Matsi. Sorry, broski.
Social post, trying to pump it up. You need some results to have a rivalry, and right now at 9-4 after that.
Good thing I never gave you a mod.
G2 just being put in the blender. Shaz wants to free farm.
We could have been breached on this channel.
Early, and he's gonna do it again. Flawless Prime Gaming. Sponsors love this team.
Definitely getting their quota from this matchup. I just, again, yeah, we're going to come in now. Obviously, a good opportunity for Sentinels to make
So,
use of.
if someone wants to learn something from someone else's mistakes, you guys better activate two-factor authenticator on Twitch.
The mental's being tested. Whether or not we've got looking a little feisty.
Alright, what's here? Dapper has the orb, aggressive orb on the B, and then the wall. Such an interesting setup to just slow down a push. Alright. G2 has 4 Phantoms, Kellogg's on the Vandal, man. I really want to see if there's a game on Split where he loses, if there's a round on Split where he loses because of the Vandal. I really want to see that, you know? I'm so bummed I couldn't use my other username. I have to use this fucking underscore. I'm sorry, bro.
Found them.
Spitter! Yo, Spitter. Thank you very much for the second month, my broski. Welcome back, bro. How are you doing, Spitter? Thank you very much for the ongoing support. New subscriber badge for you, my broski. Alright, let's take a look at this round.
Cognizant that there's a chance that someone's had a bit of a walk.
Sentinels just have an aggressive push. Like, I really like this this control from Sentinels here. Like, he can just control this alone. What weapon does he have? Zombs is with a Spectre. 10's already pushed mid. They know nothing is happening on A. That means that there's most likely a B hit happening or mid hit. So Shazam's probably gonna rotate to male because of 10's positioning in mid. Like, they're gonna be prepared for that as well. So there's, even if they're not gonna win, they're gonna damage. They should damage G2 heavily because of the sheer numbers of players that are gonna be ready for B hit. Like, they already know. They already know what is happening most likely for G2. But the thing is, Dapper's utility will make them go back. So there's no B hit. And since Zombs will have the first contact, oh my god. Oh my god. This is already a win. This is a secondary objective win. Even if Zombs dies, he just killed Nuki with a rifle when Zombs had a Spectre.
That's lovely work from him. Couldn't convert on a second. That's a little bit.
So that's already good.
But already a trade effectively is not bad.
Still posted in Sentinels.
Just had a lovely weekend of South of France. Now catching up on VCT. Oh, bro. Good for you to have vacations. Oh my god. Imagine Dapper not whiffing this one. This could have won the round. Single-handedly. Single-handedly could have won the round by Dapper.
maybe
Look. Oh my god, what an awkward position. He's with his snakebite in hand, and he sees two people with utility out in hand as well. Oh my god, dude, look at this. Good reaction by him, by the way. So instead of using it on B entrance, this is a very good, like, thinking on his feet. Quick thinking on his feet? Whatever. What's the idiom here, right? So essentially his initial plan was to throw the snakebite here. But since he saw the Sage and the Jet, he's like, oh, I better move the snakebite here so I'm not getting pushed. But he's getting pushed anyway. So this is actually good for him because people are dashing to his snakebite. And he has a Spectre, which suddenly becomes a Phantom because of the debuff. But he just unfortunately whiffs, right? So look at this. This is a very weird decision by Kellogg's, by the way, that he dashes forward. I really don't like this. I really don't like this right now. That he dashes into this. Because he's not, like, they already, like, are 4v4. And Mixwell has no way of trading with him. I really don't like this. Kellogg's, by dashing here, makes Mixwell go into Snakebite. Look. See Mixwell's here? Because Kellogg dashed here, Kellogg's is fucked. If Mixwell doesn't help him, most likely Kellogg's dies. So this dash here, right, makes Dapper be like aware that the Jet is either here, here, or here, right? This is the spots where the Jet can be. And because of the Snakebite here, no one should be peeking him here, right? So because of that, he's able to just spam the smoke and try to get a kill on Kellogg's, because if by any chance he got debuffed, he only needs 3 hits from the Spectre to a body to kill someone. Right? So this is actually a very big blunder by G2. Right? Look at this. Mixwell is pushed. Mixwell is pushed to make this peak, which makes no sense. Imagine if Dapper actually gets a kill on Kellogg's and is already a win-win for Sen. And if he gets double kill, because it's possibility, then he wins the round on his own. Like, they're both debuffed, man. Holy shit, man. This was so risky. Damn, man.
They have control of B site now. Look how quickly the flank comes through though. Coldementis still posted outside A main. No information here. He's effectively lost in this lurk.
The Astro Slug running the aim position for Dapper. I mean, he could have just spam and get lucky, you know, but he wanted to go for a more controlled approach. But I feel like in this case, he should have just spam. But it is what it is. It was a tough situation, but he could have gotten lucky and get like 1 or 2 kills and win the round for Sentinels. But G2, I really don't like how they played.
Right now.
Small mistakes. Really small mistakes. That could have cost the entire round.
Gets the tag, not the frag. Sick though follows up well. That's over now gone.
And it's already like secondary objective done. 2 people died. 2 rifles have to be rebought.
3v2.
Any other kill right here is a massive bonus for Sentinels. Mixwell did a huge big dig move to help Kellogg's. He had to. If Mixwell doesn't jump there, they can lose the round. Like, he needs to jump. He needs to help Kellogg's because of that unfortunate dash. You're a member of G2? Yeah, I am. So?
Now a double stack towards that CT side is going to make it tricky for Shaz to find a way
my
there.
god,
It's not
dude.
gonna happen.
Shazam is so aware.
Good catch on that. Sick has got himself an upgrade here. So that's 1. And Kellogg's is now on red alert. A little worried, but Coldament has got his back. There it is, G2.
The fact that G2 won this with 2 people alive is just pure luck.
3 kills for Sentinels though. Will keep the economy honest, even though they were able to turn around back in their favor. I don't think Kellogg's is...
And it's like secondary objective for Sentinels was achieved. They need to rebuy 3 rifles. Look at this buy. Judge and a Spectre. I mean, Judge is like a rifle. But the thing on attack is that
Revealing area.
Nuki has to go
Found
very
them.
aggressive with the... What the fuck,
Revealing
Matsi?
area. Found them.
Holy shit.
Revealing area. Found them.
50 gifted subs by Matsi on the new account. He would have had 190. He would have had 190.
Shock dirt.
I don't know, bro. Thank you very much for the 50 gifted sub, my friend. I'm feeling so... I am so sad for that for your other account, my friend. I'm so sorry, bro. If I could, I would transfer all of your accomplishments and like all of the achievements on the other account to this one, man. I am sorry, broski. Thank you very much for the 50 gifted subs, my bro. Thank you very much. That's okay. We'll work up our way to the leaderboard. Oh my god, dude. Let's see. Just think about yourself first, right? As always. Remember, for me, streaming is like an additional income. I'm still like earning most of my income from casting and from the content creator contract with G2. Which of course is only possible because I stream. But you guys are so generous, man. You guys are so generous. It's actually insane.
But again, it's...
Alright, let's see. Because this is like a pivotal round for G2. If G2 doesn't win this one, they're fucked. So what do they do with this inferior equipment? How do they want to achieve this win? Because they need to do something, right? And they go 5 in front of B. Sentinels is playing huge control on A and mid, and only Dapper on B, but Dapper is the best at stopping a push because of his utility, so he can do it alone, right?
Denial here by Dapper's utility again.
Oh, nice. So he throws right click, the toxic orb, jump peeks to get a little bit of info, and goes back. I'm not sure if he's seen anything. Let me check.
This complete denial here by Dapper's utility again.
No, he didn't see anything. But he did that peek to make like certain that people might be aware that he's sitting behind the orb. This is such a cool play. Look, it doesn't do much, but it gives a little bit of a scare for G2. Because if they want to go through, right? Someone can be in the smoke now. Someone can be sitting here. So they need to be aware of that. And they need to use some utility to check that corner first. Or when they push, they will have another angle to check before they actually commit. This is such a smart play. Some min-maxing stuff here. Using a stalling CC to gift subs? Lol.
Now they can use Zom's utility effectively react.
And look at this. Tens again got mid control. Oh my god. Shazam is controlling A. I feel like Zombs can already rotate because of this. Because of him controlling A and Tens controlling mid, Zombs should be able to rotate in any second. Let's see if that happens actually.
Actively, right? As soon as G2 shows something, they have that order.
Oh, never mind. It's actually the other way around. So Shazam gets to rotate while Zombs gets to keep A control.
Possibility.
So I kind of like this, but this could be countered because the player from here has a better control of A because most likely he's not being smoked, while a player from CT will most likely be smoked on the passage. So if there's a smoke here, then this guy from CT is useless and he has no control over this area on here, on ramps and heaven, right? So this is why I typically would like for a player to control A from here. But at the same time, they did before that with Zombs standing here, so they probably wouldn't like to do it the second round. So I understand why they swapped. But yeah.
And this can only go on for so long.
And now look. They need to check this corner. Someone can be standing here, behind the smoke. Because of that
They don't
that peak.
have much to catch any.
See, they're even pinging it. See this? See this? On the minimap, there's a ping behind... I need to close this. Wait. They're even pinging behind the box close.
Flanks, they don't have a default. This has a time limit
So this is where Kellogg's checks this corner.
on it, and they're gonna have to go
They checked it. They checked once, which already cost a few seconds.
soon enough.
They go in. I'm not sure why Kellogg's is dashing now. They don't need the dash. They use the wall. I don't like that.
And it's gonna be
I really don't like that. Especially since he doesn't break any cross replacements. Like the thing is, look. He dashes through here in a straight line. For someone holding from default, from the minimap, right? If someone is holding default, this literally doesn't change anything. He kills the jet player. And he didn't even check left, right? Did he check left?
right back any flanks. They don't have a default.
Let me check
This
this.
has a time limit
Let's
on
pay
it.
attention. Is
So
Kellogg's even checking left? He's not checking left. What? Look. Kellogg's didn't even check left.
It's gonna be right about now.
This is why... Oh my god, dude. What? Look. This is why Mixwell has to check left. Nuki is not aware. Kellogg's is not aware. They could have both died. This is the difference between Shazam in this game and Kellogg's. Like, you can see this here. Kellogg's is checking... Kellogg's is not checking corners while Shazam is. Like, this is a huge blunder by G2. Huge. They didn't pay the price, but they could have been dead. Yes, it does show if he flicked Korsu. He didn't check. We would have seen if he's checking it. Like, this is absolutely terrible move by G2 here. Like, they could have done so much with just the dash. It's a terrible move. Let's go through it back again. Right? They had to check. Like, this execute is so slow because they have to check this corner, which is a very good, check by G2 first. So they do that. Kellogg's is checking this corner here, right? Then this is the out. This is the garage door. There's the trash pile here, right? Which someone can be standing on top of it. Like, someone can be here, here, and here. 3 spots, right? And because of that, they need to use the dash to check it. But they're not doing it to check it. Like,
Time limit
what
on
the
it.
hell,
Go
man?
soon enough.
Look. Mixwell does the wall. Mixwell does the wall here. So no one has to check right angle. No one has to check heaven because they can just go underneath it. So the only threat that G2 will have right now, the only threat that G2 has to check, because this is the sage wall right here, the only threats are this location here. Someone can be standing on top, someone can be standing here, and someone can be crouching here, right? There are 3 angles that they need to check. Right. So this is a task for the jet or the race to check those corners here. To check those 3 corners, this has to be done by either jet or the race, right? And because we will not see anything made, look, see? Jet just dashes through. Jet dashes through without checking anything. The only thing she cares, she's dashing into the smoke, which, by the way, is not even a good dash because she's exposed to default. So if someone is holding default right now, he's gonna kill the jet. Right? This is like a terrible jet dash. Like, he should have dashed in here. By the way, why I'm not sure why Kellogg's didn't dash the way he dashed on that round before. You guys remember the dash against Dapper, right? That dash against Dapper was actually better because if he dashes here into the smoke, he cannot be spammed by the guy on default. But if he dashes like this forward, then he gets his team into dangerous position because the guy from default will spam his smoke, get the kill on Jet, and maybe get a call at on those people here. Like, G2 is insanely lucky that no one was actually on default right here. So, in this case, look, Jet dashes, doesn't give the info on the left side. Nuki thinks most likely that the Jet did check the left corner, so he doesn't check it. He goes with the satchel. Wait, I think he checked it. I think he checked the left side. I actually think he checked the left side. Nuki did. So both Mixwell and Nuki checked the left side, I think. Let me rewatch this. Wait, fuck. I think he checked it. But still, like, because of the Kellogg's dash here, they could have been dead. They could have been dead right here. All of them.
To follow him, Mixwell not far behind. The site is going to be there.
But I think Nuki did a small peek left to check the corner. And then Mixwell also checked it. Like here. Oh, see? He is checking here. Right here. He's looking on the right side. Left side, sorry. But this is completely unnecessary. And they could have been already dead. So yeah. This could have cost G2 a lot.
Far behind, the site is going to be theirs. This is postured for a retake almost instantaneously, but Dapper down a little ahead of the spike plant, so it's not too bad. 6 aim is sharp today.
Kellogg's just ego peaks. Okay.
Kellogg's feels
Nuki has a huge ball play.
not far behind. The site is
He goes through the snake bite. He uses his satchel.
going to be theirs. This is
They know about him though. Dapper hears that. He should even see him. Okay.
postured for a retake.
So Dapper knows about him, gives the info.
Instantaneously, but Dapper down a little
So now they know. Now Sentinels know there's a guy in CT. Kellogg's ego peaks, dies, gets punished.
ahead of the spike
Okay.
plant, so it's not too bad. 6 aim
Still, the
sharp
spike is not
today.
planted.
Kellogg's feels the brunt of it. We have Nuki going
This is
more
why
out.
Zombs is aware.
You got Zombs ready and waiting. They're reading your
It was a ballsy move by Nuki. But I feel like this is not needed.
the brunt of it.
What he doesn't want to achieve here, right? The only thing that he can achieve with this is if someone is close here. If someone is standing here, he gets a kill. But if someone is standing here or here, he dies. So I like the way that he played, that he went to CT. But in this case, you should just hold CT. Just hold the close angle here. To benefit from the judge. He didn't have any more satchels to go to heaven. So ballsy play. I mean, G2 is already in the back foot. It's 4v5. They didn't plant the spike yet. And they're gonna get retaken with an advantage from Sentinels. But
You got Zombs
yeah.
ready and waiting. They're reading you like a book. They're about to close this chapter if you don't pick up the pace. Look at this. Sick just walks back in. This is my site.
way.
Get out. 11-5.
Absolutely clinical from Sentinels.
G2 gets
They allow
dismantled
G2
here.
to enter. They give all this space up because the protocols are in place. The contingency is there.
if they all stay on site, they are going to be slaughtered on the retake by Sentinels because they have weaker buys. Yeah, I mean, I like aggressive plays. Look, guys, in general, right? When you play when you play the game, if you're the attacker and you're on a deficit of alive players, you need to be the aggressor even in the post plant, because you need to get an advantage or an equalizer, right? You always try to do that. If you have an advantage as an attacker in post plant, you can hold angles because the other team has to be the aggressor and try to equalize. So I like the aggressive plays from G2 because they need to do something. They were just not effective. And Nuki was like over eager to peek with a judge when he was known that he is in CT. So, yeah. Yo, Dino Dan, thank you much for the
Tier 1, welcome to the family. If you could introduce yourself, that'd be absolutely amazing. This is your first Twitch ticket board. Thank you very much, my friend.
To make sure they never relinquish this side control. Nuki finds all this space, but he's got a judge. If anything, he goes a little too deep. At the point where he's got control of that's actually they're setting up to do.
You're a fan of.
G2 with 3 sheriffs and one vandal. How do they have a vandal?
Absolutely.
Do we see cash here? Oh, he has a lot of cash. Alright, because he survived and he didn't buy a gun to someone. Okay, this is why he has a hero vandal.
Everything they're setting up to do.
There's no Peeker's advantage on LAN, right? There's always a Peeker's advantage. It's just smaller on LAN. The Guralki flaunting under Lothar. We're sponsored by Guralki this week, my friend.
Rixo, thank you much for the 11 months. Welcome back, my friend. New subscriber badge in a month for a full year, broski.
I want Guralki hot chocolate. Can you send me this? Dude. Talk to me on Discord. I can buy and send you some to Turkey.
Revealing area.
Necrodice!
Found them.
With the 4 months. How are we doing, Necrodice? Thank you much, my friend. And welcome back.
Peanut butter Guralki? I don't think those exist.
It truly is a treat to watch. I don't care what region you're from, who you're a fan of. Sentinels looking in form. Looking like they're picking back up from Reykjavik, but still early doors. Best of 3 here, only the first map if you're just tuning in. This was Sentinel's choice, no surprise to the G2 fans. You know, this is not normally within the wheelhouse.
Imagine dropping 50 subs and miss the hype train. Could it be me? Ah, don't worry about the hype train, man. I don't think the doc is on the Twitch Prime bus anymore. It's okay.
Enter. Shazam.
Oh my god. I mean, doesn't matter. It's a low buy anyway.
That's 2 easy frags. Make it a 3rd. He's put it on a show. Make it so easy. It looks so comfortable. And the last 2, not really a threat right now.
Nuki's still bottom mid. Sheriff in hand. Paint still available, but again, at this point, there's no real value in doing any damage to the economy of Sentinels. Spam comes through from Shazam. Condiment will find one, but don't expect Sentinels now to be over peaking on this. Oh, he's gonna swap the barrel there. Yeah, another freebie. The 4th for Shazam. Is he good for the ace? A little eco farm just to close things out.
There it is. Anything they can't do right now?
No, I don't think there is. I mean, Sean brought up a perfect way, and it's that word protocols, right? Whatever happens in these rounds is never looking like Sentinels aren't in control, right? They're able to peel back effectively. It's that 3 to 5 second window where they're able to just turn around and basically flip the round right back in their favor.
Sorry guys, I need to answer this.
Falling in mid, there's no building pressure on the back of it.
Alright.
Clean comms.
Yeah.
Alright. Most likely last round, right? Because G2 has to pull everything here. G2 has to use every single piece of their utility, of the ultimates, to guarantee they have a win. Right? You miss an ace against an E-common. Doesn't matter. I'm noticing a lot of NA players crouch as the fire for recall smarter targets. I guess old CSGO habits perhaps. I mean, if you want to commit to a fight, you crouch. There's no reason not to crouch if you commit to a fight.
They're just having fun. That's terrifying.
Go for a
I will
left
check
side
later,
for
Bora.
sure.
Doesn't take this one, but it is 12 to 5 to G2. Let's get it, boys. Get ready for that next map.
Zadix, I can talk about that after we finish the map. Remind me in a moment.
That would be G2.
All right, let's try to analyze this. So, let's take a look. Sentinels, what is the map control? They have this. They have this. They actually have almost nothing. Sentinels in this case have no map control. This is very scary for Sentinels right now. Like the red area here can be enemies. Like this is very scary for Sentinels because of the smokes. Look, the smoke here is avoiding having control on vents, so G2 can go vents. And if they go vents, there's nothing to control vents, so players on A can backstab. This is why most likely Shazam is gonna go heaven and control vents from here. Because they lost the map control. Will we be fast enough? Let's see.
Right now, Sentinels have sent more than a message.
Oh, and Sick already died on mid. That's not a big problem. Now this is cascading.
They want to create that dynasty they were talking about.
Yeah, so
This would be a good first
so
step.
Shazam goes heaven to control, see, to control vents. This was the plan all along. But the problem is Sick already died. And because Sick died, but the wall is still up, they know that no one crossed to heaven B, so most likely they go into vents. This is something I don't understand. Why is G2 right now not destroying the Sage wall? Because when they get a kill on Sick and they destroy the Sage wall, they put a seed of fear that they can explode on heaven B any moment. I don't really understand that. That could have been a very small decision that mattered a lot. But they didn't do that. So it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. I'm not sure why, but this actually allowed Shazam to hold vents because most likely you're gonna go vents.
Gonna be suffering off the back, but doesn't really yield.
Matsi with 400 bits. Thank you much, my friend. Tens dies, so this is already a huge advantage now. Now Sentinels have to do hero plays. They don't care about saving. They have so much cash. They need to get kills to weaken the round for G2. The thing is, right now, fuck the train. I can't believe it, dude. Matsi, don't worry about it. Really, hype train doesn't really do anything. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Really. The thing is, in this round, since it's a 3 versus 5, right, and it's 12-5 scoreline, the big picture is a little bit different than in a normal game. In a normal game, in one of those rounds, when you have a 3 versus 5, you can call for a save, right? But in this case, for Sentinels, the save doesn't matter because they have money in the bank, right? And they know that G2 is a pressure point. Because G2 needs to win every single round now. They cannot win. They cannot lose. If they lose the entire match, right? So G2 will rebuy utility and weapons every single round to the maximum. They will never spare. They will never try to save cash. They will play with inferior utility and inferior guns if they will have a lot of dead soldiers at the end of the round. So the thing is, Sentinels now have a secondary objective that is essentially the same as on an eco buy. Even if they lose this round, it's fine, but they need to kill as many people on G2 as possible. They don't really care if they win or lose this round. The secondary objective, which is now very important, is to damage the economy. Draw out the utility, so ideally, they would like to make enough pressure for G2 to use any kind of lockdowns or, ultimates, and to rebuy armors and rebuy guns for the next round, because they will still have a full buy. Sentinels will still have everything for the next round. And they will have the Sick ultimate, and they will have still knives, which is nuts.
to kneel by Coldamenta. And the space gets taken, or does it? Shazam waiting, always so patient, but the flank coming out from Kellogg's.
Oh my god, Shazam gets the timing. He doesn't know about vents. He's aware that someone can be vents, but he doesn't care. He just needs to win gunfights now.
Good, but the timing's even better for Shaz.
He wanted to do the one way on a lobby, but he gets traded. That's fine.
He's got him. Puts him back.
Okay, Zombs is spotted. Now he needs to fight.
One left, one right, one up top. They're just about everywhere.
Doesn't get the kill. So the secondary objective for now is failed. This is not a good round for Sentinels.
I don't think I want to. I've seen enough already.
The only thing that they gained from this round, for Sentinels I mean, is that Avova used his ultimate. But it's the weakest one out of all, so it doesn't matter now. So Dapper now has the task, I need to kill 3 people, but he doesn't get anything. So this is a huge huge problem for G2. Mixwell rest? Oh, I missed that. Okay, then never mind. That's good. Then it's good. They got Avolvas and Mixwell rest, although it could have been way more expensive for G2. But G2 has to use the res because they need to win a round. So they cannot save stuff like that, because if they lose the map, it's going to be too greedy. Right?
Yeah, exactly. You need him to be doing that every single round. Every single round. Just completely unfazed.
Nice shot, bro.
Cool.
And now 5 people B. Wait, that's Mixwell's wall.
Just completely unfazed.
Oh, Nuki botched his satchels. So the plan was for Nuki to double satchel on side because he's boosted by the wall. But he botched the satchels. And he is not able to join Kellogg's. And Mixwell gets killed. Coldamenta gets a call at.
Make you feel good, and that star is going to be making Shaz smile like the Cheshire Cat. Already 2 big stars. Zom's like, well, look, we'll let you have a nice couple of rounds.
Yeah.
You're feeling good. We're going to shut it down. Sentinels just flexing, flawlessly closing out in that final round.
I mean, you look at that last round, and it's just like G2 are like, okay, guys, let's try and go A again. There's no real intention. The utility's not in place. None of.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Czekolady Wedla wyglądały tak, a te...
Only góralki, no Wedel.
Tak, Wedel, nowe opakowania, ta sama czekoladowa przyjemność.
Secret Lab goods, my friend. Oh wait, this is an actual ad from VCT. I thought it's like on YouTube. I wanted to wait. I wanted to like skip it. Wait. Alright, we're gonna talk about the next map in a moment.
So him, little
even if very gets
bring into.
there's definitely been something that's hurt them.
Wait, what? That's Zeta Division crew. What? That's not one of... What? Oh my god, dude.
Hold on to the A site and you can't.
Here we go. I need to take a pee. And by the way, someone asked about this. Where is it? Here. Someone asked for me to explain this situation. If someone could find a clip out of that and send me a link in the chat, that would be great. This is the Gambit versus 100 Thieves round 8 on Split. If you guys could send me a link to that moment, I will explain it on the stream. I need to go to the toilet. Be right back. Sorry, I had a call in the meantime. All right. Do we have? Okay, we have the clip. 1 second. We have the clip. Steel dagger read. Here we go. So this is the clip of the Redgar dodge, right? So why is this impactful?
Drop down, waiting to see where he can find Steel's playing off site. The flash is.
The flash, by the way.
Drops things down to a 1v1 with 4 seconds, but is he gonna have enough time? That's gonna be just around the corner. He does get the
Look,
down. Redgar.
The thing is, Steel throws the dagger to check site. He doesn't know where the guy is. Like, Steel has no idea. Steel has no idea where someone is, right? The Redgar can be anywhere. He can be elbow, he can be side, he can be behind the billboard, he can be in the corner. Like, he can literally be anywhere, right? Here, 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 and here. So many places, right? It's like 6 angles that he is in, right? So let me mark it again. Wait, the angles that the Redgar can be in: here, 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 and maybe later here. Those are all the angles that Redgar can be in, right? And because of the dagger, look, Redgar's reaction will be instinctive, and it's a good reaction typically, right? To dodge it. He's gonna go outside of the range of the dagger. But because he does that, because he makes the instinctive play to dodge the dagger, he fucks himself over. Because now, because the dagger doesn't get him, right? The dagger explodes and doesn't get the tag on Redgar. Steel gets the info. There's no one here, 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 and no one here. In this moment. Right? And because of that, Steel can now peek and only check 2 corners. He gave a little bit too much time to Redgar though. So now, this angle here has also to be cleared. But he is 100% certain that Redgar is either behind the billboard or behind the corner. There's no other place he can be. Those are the only corners. And Steel knows. And he just waits. That's the thing. But if Redgar, right? If Redgar doesn't dodge the dagger and gets tagged, then Steel thinks that there's no one here. And that would be the play. So, look at this. If Redgar gets tagged by the dagger, Steel thinks that Redgar is somewhere here, right? In this area here. So Redgar can go into this corner and just wait for Steel. Like, it's such a minimal thing. But Redgar just dodged instinctively and fucked himself over. Didn't he check elbow regardless of the shoulder pick after the plant, or didn't see anything? Doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, he was jiggle peeking while he was planting. You want that on YouTube later? Yeah, we can use this on YouTube. You can send it to Angie if you want. Like, there's like a lot of shit that we can actually use for YouTube. 1 second. But we can send this to Angie. Redgar's play afterwards was actually the correct fight to take. Go back into the dagger area. Yes, for sure. But you know, he had to like do something because he was fucked. He realized that he made the bad play, but you know, it's already too late. So still had very high chance of winning. If the Astra doesn't decide to peek, that still has the advantage, right? No. No, he doesn't, because Steel knows exactly what to expect, and he can just check. So, alright, let me go back to this map. Wait. What Steel can do in this situation... Look.
Asuna is going to trade it out. My gosh, he's going for the win.
What Steel can do in this situation, if Redgar doesn't peek, right?
Drops things down to a 1v1 with 4 seconds, but is he going to have enough time? That's going to be just...
No, Redgar had no stars. Doesn't matter. He has no... Redgar has no time to use any stars. Like, in this situation, you cannot use utility. There's no way you can use utility. Ah, fuck. Look. If he's hiding here, right? Steel knows that those are the only angles that he has to check. Right? This is the only angle that he has to check. So what does Steel do is, if Redgar will not be peeking, right? He will just be waiting for this. Then Steel is gonna go slowly left side, check this corner first. And if this corner is empty, then he knows that the player's here, and he will just go from this corner and get that fight, because he has so much time. So it literally, Redgar needs to be the first one to peek to have like a chance at winning this round. Redgar has to peek, and because of that, Steel waits because he knows that Redgar has to peek. He could have ulted because he knew Steel was main. He had time to ult. No, he didn't have time with ult. There's absolutely no time to ult here. Like, what are we talking about here? Look. Right now, he knows where Steel is, and Steel knows where he is. There's no way you can use utility. There's no time. If you use your ultimate right now, you're griefing yourself, because Steel can be already like taking space right here. And also, remember that Steel can use the wall for his advantage. This is a moment where you just need to fight. Both players. So yeah. It's a good round. Alright, let's go map 2. Oh, by the way, guys, thank you, Grayson. Thank you much. We have new sponsor. Type in exclamation Goralki. Do you guys even like this type of content? Because I don't know, maybe it's boring instead of me playing the game. Hey, Noodle. Yeah, the fishing went great, man. So many small fishes. No big fish, but a lot of small fishes. Greg Strat with the tier 1, by the way.
Yo, Greg Strat, thank you much for the tier 1 sub, broski, and welcome. We have Kakuka now on the station. Thank you very much for the Sabrina, broski. If you could introduce yourself, that would be absolutely amazing, my friend. Thank you.
So not boring. Okay, that's all I care. Love this review content. Thank you, Greg Strat. And welcome to the family, my friend. Sometimes you're over-explaining some things, but I understand that there are different skill groups in your chat. Yeah, I mean, I have to explain everything, right? Otherwise, it makes no sense.
Feel like yes, for how it the things for me sufficiently open, especially if you have someone like Shazam.
Oh, this is gonna take a while, right?
Posiłków dziennie to ty decydujesz. Catering dietetyczny z wyborem menu.
Thank you.
When you look at the game that Gambit played,
Map 1 was not
All right.
It's exactly are definitely
plays to the key components exceedingly high.
All right, what do we have here? Sentinels on defense, G2 on attack. Sometimes Lothar explains everything, but some people in the chat still don't get it. My favorite is the jet side dash. That's my favorite topic because people in the chat are always so defensive. I'm almost certain that every single defensive person in the chat, whenever that is like appearing, whenever I'm explaining side dash and I'm molding at some donkey's jets in the rankeds, right? I'm certain those people in the chat are playing jet themselves and they never do that shit and they're angry at themselves, but they will project on me because they don't understand that they should be doing something. I appreciate the over-explaining and can confirm your own understanding, reinforce knowledge. That is true. That is true, though. All right. So when it comes to compositions, Nuki's playing Raze over Killjoy, which is fine. Nuki's a great Raze, so this is why he's playing it. And he has a lot of space to double satchel here. Although Killjoy is the meta choice. But Sentinels are playing Reyna. And I know Tens is like insane on Reyna. But I do think that it will hurt them long term. Because they play a character that has no utility.
Kellogg's coming online. What's the support system look like now? Previously, Kellogg's has had a couple of really rough performances.
When you have to teach a first grader and a uni student, you have to consider the first grader more than the uni student. Good point. All right. What do we have here? We have the defensive already. Dapper already committed to. Not Dapper, sorry. Zomps is playing Viper and Icebox. Zomps already committed to the Viper wall. That is essentially a retake Viper wall that also have like a task of stopping the initial push here if he commits to a snake bite. I'm not sure if he's committing to a snake bite here.
For him to find value. For me, I look towards Nuki. Nuki
Did he?
has to be the playmaker here for G2.
Hey, where's he buying? Wait. I'm very confused. Oh, no. He has no snake bites. Okay. So, interesting buy. So, honestly, I'm really interested because... No, wait, he was the one snake bite. Okay, never mind. He used it at the beginning of the round. Never mind, I read it incorrectly. Zomps used his snake bite to stop the P push. Which I don't like. Personally, I don't like that. I really don't like that. Because... people will overpush you anyway. Look. Even if he uses the molly here, Jet dashes here, Sova drones, and you have to leave the site anyway. So this wall and molly have no first tempo impact if the attackers want to push anyway. But that's my own take on it, right? G2 has here, sorry, your Sentinels have different approach, and he likes to use it to stop the push, the initial push. I just personally don't like it, but I'm not saying it's not like super effective. But if they would like to push it, G2, if they would like to do a 5-man push on B, they would have done it anyway. Jamie said, it's much better to throw the snake bite on doors from garage instead of behind that. Yeah, of course. It's much better to throw here. I'm not sure what Jamie said, but you never want to throw it here because you cannot take advantage of it because the wall blocks the vision and people can still run out of the doorway. While if you throw it in front, people from here will not engage you because they are not visible because of the wall. And if you put the molly here, they cannot advance. At least they shouldn't advance for the snakebite. But the thing is, snakebite deals minimal damage, and the really impact of the snakebite is the debuff. So if Jet dashes towards this side and the Sova drone clears the first contact, people can actually rush through the snakebite without being worried about the debuff. So this is why I don't really like the snakebite first tempo on B long. That's my personal opinion.
The playmaker here for G2. I'll wait and see how that goes off. Zombs. Couple of shots back and forth.
He said Sova will still drone, Jet is still gonna updraft on the green anyway, so molly door. Yeah, but that's exactly what I said. But it's still like that molly will deal 10 damage to people going through it because you cannot hold this. That's the thing.
G2 had sent any utility over.
Look, Zombs will still need to, like, he gets contact, he falls back. See? He never fights. So this snakebite had no impact. You know what I'm saying, right? He gets the contact, but he never fights. So the snakebite had no impact. Maybe it would have been dealing like 10 damage, but he still never fights because he's alone on B.
Zombs not even entertaining it. We'll give up the space initially.
I'm just saying what he said since he didn't see the tweet. Oh, that was a tweet. Oh, okay.
In position as well. Nuki.
That's a good hold by Nuki. Shazam wanted to take space because there was a contact on B.
On the other side here, we'll
That's
find
fine. Just pays the price. Big price, by the way.
Potentially tradable on the A side, but we have to look towards the actual side
Good check by Sova.
to come on through. So this is going to be starting building.
Tens gets the kill on Nuki. Oh, I hate this. Honestly, I hate this because Nuki gets a kill on A. He knows that typically 2 players on A, and they didn't make an execute yet. So G2 didn't make an execute yet. They're just holding yellow, right? And Nuki took a lot of space on A before waiting for the execute. So I understand why is he doing that, right? Because he's going to get A control because he gets the kill before. But the thing is, if you lurk too much before your team actually makes something to trigger a rotation from your opponents, you might go into an opponent, right? So the thing is, there's not many rotational things that happen. Typically, when someone plants, that is the moment where the teammates start rotating. And Tens is still holding this because he knows that Nuki was here and there's no reason for him to rotate yet. So Nuki overextends and gets the biggest punishment because he did overextend before the rotation starting to happen from A side.
Building up, Tens has found Nuki.
I think they did execute CC. Avova's already planting, but Nuki's dead. Look. They're not even on site. They're just droning here. There's no execute yet. You don't know what's happening. And Nuki dies right here. Look. See? There's no execute. Sentinels have no info yet. They only knew about the drone, and that's it. They never heard anything else.
So this is going to be starting building up. Tens has
now there's the plant.
Trade over towards A, but the spike is going to be going down on the other side. So that's now planting Kellogg's. Can he slip just?
And imagine if they still had Nuki alive. Imagine they still have Nuki alive. So the thing is, if they have Nuki alive and he's still standing here, an example, right? I'm theory crafting here. I'm not saying this would be the best play, right? But imagine this. Nuki still holds this angle, right? He doesn't die. Tens has to rotate through back. Mixwell can join the team on long, and Nuki takes over mid. Like, it's nuts. G2 have so much control, right? They would have been playing 5v4, while Mixwell can now join the team, play with them, and Nuki can just hold the mid because he has now a good position, and he can just stand. He can just stand here, go here, and watch on the tube. An example, and then join the team from on the tube in case no one peeks it. So he gets like a pinch, right? If Nuki goes like this later on, and Mixwell goes here. But unfortunately, he dies before that is even possible, so they lost a lot of control. Who won this pistol round, actually? I can remember.
No, but he can't find a...
1-for-1. Kellogg's dies and then gets traded by Zombs because the fuel was down.
Well, I thought it was a decent fight, but Zombs is still fighting the good fight for Sentinels. It's a 3v3 post-plant, and G2 aren't in bad spots here. Mixwell, Coldamenta, and Avova still standing, and Mixwell wants to retake that space towards that yellow. Maybe see if anyone's going to...
Oh! Sick wasn't aware of the gap. That's a big blunder, by the way. Like, that's one of those small things you learn to communicate to your teammates whenever you play Viper. Because you know your wall will have gaps whenever you do them like this. So, remember whenever I'm playing Ascent, I'm saying about the gap to my teammates on short, right? It's the same situation here. So, this is essentially a one-way for Mixwell.
That's just a little too much shown. And Mixwell,
What?
this is the Mixwell you need
Okay.
to start seeing. If you're a G2 fan, there he is.
That second kill was
The land beast
random.
himself finally starting to
Faults
wake
on the
up.
Viper, retake wall on B. They should do it from Snowman.
Map one will-
Why from Snowman? What? There's no reason to play from Snowman, my friend. If you do the wall from Snowman like this, like it's... Let me explain. If you do the wall from Snowman like this, right? Then your opponents can push very close and they can spam you from here when you're defusing. So you literally help them a little bit. Right? That's one thing. And if you do this wall, you have multi-purpose. This is stopping the first push essentially, or at least slowing it down. It helps you controlling yellow as well. And then it allows you to retake. Like, this is such a multi-purpose wall, while saving your wall to do it from Snowman like this fucks you over big time. It's a good wall that Sentinels did.
For Mixwell.
That was around we'd expect, but I'm looking, he's in that lurking role on the raise. Did find a kill, but was traded out. So this
Sentinel side, you do have an upgraded, if only slightly tens. Nuki well and
Anything
truly
interesting
aware.
happening
So he
here?
catches
He gets another kill on Shazam, by the way. 2-0 for Nuki. Shazam is mad.
He catches Shazam, and he knows there may be more. The timing might be just tickling away at the back of his brain, but look at this. Spike's on the way, and he's going to fall away from that. This is all going to be G2s. There is a player deep, but they wouldn't be able to deny the spike plant at this point.
I'm better than Taz. Tens. Good luck in the pro scene, my friend.
no pressure comes through.
Nuki this time not overextending. I like that. See? This round he didn't overextend.
Making their way towards B. Zom's already up on side. Ten's actually going to try and make his way back from Snowman. Actually, the counter wall comes up.
Can they spam defuse from B main with this retake as well? Of course they can, but they cannot do it from yellow. Think about that.
Actually, Dapper right underneath, he might find a consolation.
Oof.
Thank God for that one. Yep, 22-8 right underneath.
I'm not sure. Whatever. That doesn't matter much.
You're right.
Yeah, absolutely. It is sending a message as well after the kill comes through.
Of course. For those who don't understand sarcasm,
He's taking mid like you said? I actually did. Wait, let's rewind that.
Boombot, but everybody looking pretty good for G2. No pressure comes through.
Why? Because he's checking this.
Again, did get a little information on the back of his boombot, but everybody from Sentinels already making their way towards.
Yeah, and now he's checking on the tube, right?
Zom's already up on side.
Mixwell joins the team because of that, although he was already there. But still, has the contact. Okay, now he kills one. Because of that, he's gonna go close. So this is what he should have done in the pistol round. He doesn't expect the second player, which is, I think, okay. He cannot read into that someone will be in tube. Like, that's fine. But
is he just making
yeah.
sure he got the kill?
Just the recon bolt is just to make sure nobody else is up on
You're
tube.
right. There could have been another player there.
Yeah.
Spot on.
It's quite common to see.
Do you think it's better to use the snake bite on the person planting in 1-B? Yes, 100%. It's fantastic to stop the plant.
Talk about consolation. Actually, the consolation is sending a message as well after the kill comes through.
Of course. For those
All right, first buy round for Sentinels. So this is an important round for Sentinels. And G2 has 3 Spectres and 2 rifles. There's actually a lot of stuff on G2's side, and only Nuki will be on the lower buy if they lose this round. Everyone else has full cash, and Coldamente will be even able to buy something for Nuki next round, like a smaller gun or something. So there's not a harm done here. So I like this play by Nuki. He's not trying to say, they're trying to win the round. You need to analyze how Nitro uses Omen. We can do that tomorrow if I'm not gonna do it today.
Just slightly on A, right? And again, the indicators are in place.
There's the standard dash from Kellogg's. He checks left side, by the way. Viper wall standard, but as you can see, this is okay. So this is not relevant in this match, right? But you guys remember the most awful wall that I always try to explain, that this is an awful wall. This is why. Right? This is why this wall that so many people are using in ranked and even on pro play is like useless. If you do the wall here, it activates so long that the jet is never affected and you're getting pressured anyway. So jet dashes, drone goes in, and the wall is useless. Wall has no impact. Absolutely no impact for the wall. That you do it. If you do the wall here, it's absolutely useless, because the only reason you did this wall here, right, is to stop the initial push. But there's no second purpose. That's the only purpose of this wall. And if people are already dashing through and using the drone to push you out, this wall has no purpose anymore. So whenever I see that wall in like any game, I'm like, yeah, fuck this. Nice molly to like zone out jet a little bit. But it's interesting to see that Zomps is still trying to fight that round.
Now he's only got a sheriff. This isn't pretty. He's played this position a fair amount.
Hello, Xaminos. Noki. Noki is being flanked. He's playing for the 3rd time the same position. Right? 3rd time the same position, and he's not controlling. Oh.
Great trade in.
But Mixwell gets the kill on mid, which is insane.
Bit of a problem. Shaz is on an island. The other 2 players for Sentinels are not here. But Shazam, ice cold.
And Nuki stole his rifle. Yeah, that's kind of weird, actually. By the way, so the most basic thing, right? Let me just explain it, because if someone is not paying attention to my streams, they're gonna be wondering why I'm not talking about this. I'm gonna explain it anyway. The reason why typically you have a Viper smoking mid is to make sure that the defending players from Boiler, from here, and from here don't know what's happening on mid, right? So you can lurk into tube, you can lurk into mid, and if you're not the one is holding like Boiler because you have good timing, if no one is holding Boiler because you have good timing, you're gonna have a good lurk. And this is what Mixwell did. But I'm not sure I understand why is this over-rotation happening from Sentinels on this round. I really don't understand why are they playing like this. So the reason why is because most likely Tens gets the attention here, and he says that there's no one here. I mean, before this, right? Before this happens. So this rotation here was happening because of Tens getting the space here. And this is why they lost mid control. And they know, because of Zomps holding belong, that no one is pushing this. There was only the jet that went back. So it's actually a little bit weird. Because of Zomp paying attention here, those 2 rotates shouldn't be happening. And now Sick is controlling kitchen, but they lost control of Boiler and mid and under tube. So because of that, Sova needs to compensate by going here and holding under tube. But because of that, the road is open to A, so Mixwell gets gets a kill.
Tens is in the prime position, sees one, actually falls away. Doesn't now say as welcome.
And now they go back, right? But this is what's happening. As you can see, Sova is now controlling on the tube, but Mixwell has great timing on that lurk.
This Mixwell is right up mid, catching sick, and now this is getting a bit of a problem. Shaz is on an island. The other two players for Sentinels are not here, but Shazam, ice cold, waiting patiently, and has to play this out to perfection. Can't do it. Kellogg's has got his number, and there it is. Site's now open for business, and this could be a huge round for G2 to convert here in the bonus.
Dapper and Zoms trying to get something done on the way back in. Kellogg's will actually fall.
He said he didn't hear the drone. Who didn't hear the drone?
Hold on to control there, but Coldamenta trades it back out. Nuki follows up.
I mean, G2 winning this round is absolutely massive, and they win because of Mixwell. It's absolutely insane how much impact Mixwell had in this round.
Ice cold. The other two players for Sentinels are not here.
Oh, Shazam said that he didn't hear the drone here.
Patiently, and has to play this out to perfection. Can't do it. Kellogg's has got his number. There it is. Site's now open for business, and
Well, that's pretty fucking unlucky.
Round for G2 to convert here in the bonus.
Dapper and Zoms trying to get something done on the way back in. Kellogg's will actually fall. A little overzealous there, trying to hold on to control there, but Coldamenta trades it back out. Nuki follows up. Zoms will fall. G2 go 3 up.
There we go. They're getting fired up, High Park. Here we go.
Whoops. Lost satchel. Alright, so now this is the round where Sentinels are not expected to win. They have 5 sheriffs. They go aggressive for orbs, which is nice.
Again, this is his job. This is his duty. He was born to do this, apparently. But he still has 2 of arguably the best brains and best aims to handle on the other side, and there's the brain removed from one.
Nuki so far, every single round, plays the same position. That's his default, right?
Getting ready sick. Has he been played in on this, though? Do they know this? Do they check on it? How much can he do with it? Mixwell catching Dapper. And for now, player advantage to G2, and they want to keep it that way. They've got the rifles, and this can get very scary, but look at this position. This is nastiness. Nuki. So many angles.
Ooh, nice wide swing by Nuki. So aware. Look, he doesn't close swing. He knows that the opposing players. This is so impactful. Such a small decision here, right? Typical. If someone is holding from this angle, typically crosser placement is here, because this is like typical peak. But if Nuki wide swings and makes 2 steps, that makes tens with the sheriff not have good crosser placement, and he needs to, like, he most likely gonna miss 1 shot, then needs to realign for the second shot, which gives Nuki enough time to actually kill him. The only thing I don't like is the crouch, but you know, that's my personal take. But I really like how Nuki was aware with the wide swing here. Like that's so crucial.
Oh, the first wasn't clean enough for their tens. Again, step by step, they're clearing this out methodically.
Just found you are the guys comparing CS and Valorant viewership. Then I scrolled down and saw you with a Fortnite t-shirt, and I just thought it's not his fault, he's just retarded. And then you came here to decide to write this. You don't show yourself in a good light, aren't you, right?
Ahead of time, actually some more damage comes through, and Nuki will find the kill. 3rd on the round now. Spike will go.
Should a counter strafe after wide swing or just stop? I feel like in this case, Nuki should just go left, right, but he committed and killed tens very fast.
Every single round versus tens and Shazam. And that's a statement in itself. So, again, looking towards Nuki to be the power player here and already delivering in the first 4 rounds.
Am I going to review Haven? Probably very like we're gonna skip it through, like it was.
Kind of stop challenging her at these
We'll see.
Alright,
so what is happening here? 5-man push by G2. When did they use the Viper wall? Right, let me check.
but this could be something that they've maybe identified.
They already did it. Wait. When are they doing the Viper wall?
It's going to spread sentinels across the map. It's going to create an opening, which G2 were incapable.
Now, so they do the Viper wall at 3 seconds, which is not enough for sentinels to rotate based on that. So they do it last second. Alright.
Of doing on the previous map.
But this could be something that they've maybe identified that if
You know what's funny? That guy that made the comment followed the channel, unfollowed the channel, and went away. Alright, at least we know who to ban. Bye-bye.
they can tame Sentinels' ability.
Aggressive push by Sentinels here. Because they play 3 players. So they want to push this to get aggressive control. Shazam with an operator. This is very risky.
To take this deep space.
So they take pipes. The Viper wall, is the Viper wall triggered? Because that should allow keloqz to have safe passage if the Viper wall is triggered. Now, this is very... So what is happening here is that Tens is gonna hold belt while Shazam is gonna hold this. Right? So they have like a crossfire, but the crossfire is not ideal because Tens will need to like stand in this corner here to have a first contact on this guy here. Otherwise, Shazam gets shot in the side.
Which is still vying for.
Shazam gets the wall was not triggered. Look. The wall is not triggered. One of the main reasons why you do this wall from start, right here, because you telegraph what you're gonna do, right? But one of the reasons here is that you want to trigger this wall to make sure that that jet will not get a kill with the operator from this, from the server, or from pipes. And I don't understand why keloqz is trying to smoke this instead of just smoking close. Like, you could min-max so much. You can min-max so much here in this round. Typically, what the Jets do, if you don't have a Viper wall, you just smoke this area off. This here. This area is being smoked off by the cloudburst, so you can just pass and not be like killed, or at least reduce the chance of being killed by a jet operator. But there are 2 things here that went wrong. First, I feel like this Viper wall should be already up to make sure keloqz doesn't die from an operator from sight. And second, if there's no Viper wall, there should be a cloudburst here instead of here on pipes. So yeah, it's kind of weird. Good double satchel by Noki because he like this is one of those rounds where you lost already 1 player, right? You're an attacker on a deficit. You need to trade your guy, so he goes in for the satchel. He was planning on doing that before anyway, so it doesn't change anything. But it's even more correct to do this because one of your teammates is dead. Oof. He doesn't get a kill because Shazam just updrafts. Balance hero Jets, right? Look, in 1 second, the Jet went from pipes to backside. Oh my god. It's terrible, man.
Straight, no! Gets out with his life. 10 still posted up in position.
Now 10 is just delaying the push with the Leer. He destroyed the arrow at the beginning of the round anyway, so Coldament has no arrow. He only has a drone, but he cannot use the drone like first tempo now. Sorry, not first tempo, but if he uses the drone, then they are playing 3v5. And they need kills right now. So they cannot use the drone because the drone will delay the push. Couldn't you say the same with the Raze did though? No, because Raze takes a way longer time to do that. And also it's more expensive. And you don't have a refresh on it.
All the way off the back of the Leer and leaves Dapper in a little bit of a corner. Nookie
Ooh, big kill on Dapper.
Still on the move here, 4v4.
There's the drone. Now the drone is fine because it's an equalizer and it's 4v4. So they get info about the next player.
How much more can they pressure this? Shaz on the back line.
Jet is just a brain dead character, but yeah. Shaz wasn't getting... Oh. I mean, yeah. All right.
Position there, but complete. Good previous. This double updraft here.
So what is happening in this round? This time they're not playing default. Kellogg's is controlling mid. 4 people go B. No, Mixwell stays on spawn. Oh, Kellogg's is gonna updraft. So Kellogg's is planning to do an updraft to C on long. So he goes here and he wants to kill Dapper. Zomps, sorry. On yellow. Like that's his task. But you know what is funny is it's being so used in on every level of play that people from yellow can actually pre-aim this. Like they can pre-aim this angle and sometimes kill the jet.
Probably going to try this double updraft here to deal with Zomb. Actually did get revealed there.
Oh, he jumps up, but he doesn't see anyone. Or does he see Shaz? I don't think so. It's already too late. Hold Dementa. Wait, what? He just lurks into it because of the updraft and dry peeks after the jet is already gone. I can understand it, but right? I can understand why he dry peeks here because he thinks he has good timing, but he was alone there and there was no backup. So I feel like that was actually pretty decent moment to go a little bit forward into a safer spot and then drone, but it's nah, fuck it. Nah, he played correctly. He just gets fucked by Shazam. Wait, what? What just happened here? Did he just broke his ankles? Did Kellogg just deal full damage to himself? He did.
Shazam!
He could have been dead. He was tagged by a drone and he slowed himself by breaking his ankles. He literally could have just died right here. It's a miracle he's alive.
He's everywhere. He just shown presence to A that prior round. Now he's over here, keeping himself very viable. But Zombs gets picked off, and that's going to force Shazam in a bad position. Mixwell's pressure through mid now catches that rotation, that fallback, but Sick now on the site. He needs to live up to that name. Keep control of this. Support's on the way. They've re-garnered that space in middle. Tens is the one there. Who needs knives when you got a rifle like that? Ten's happy to fall back now. He's done his job. But now G2, where do they take this?
Ten's already hightailing it over.
For like that space in middle. Tens is the one there. Keep control. That fallback, but Shazam in a bad position. Wait. Very viable, but he's everywhere.
Where did this happen? Ah, wide swing, okay. Zomps was caught off guard. And then Mixwell from the lurk on the tube.
Catches that rotation, that fallback, but Sick now on the site. He needs to live up to that name. Keep control of this. Support's on the way. They've re-garnered that space in middle. Tens is the one there. Who needs knives when you got a rifle like that? Ten's happy to
Mixwell is winning them 2 rounds now. If they win this one, of course.
Hightailing it over. Actually going to get himself into a position on barrel, so G2 have to be disciplined. To be diligent on the way in here, because again, Tens will always put himself in this one and done spot. That dismiss. And the Vova actually kind of solo pushing right now.
Off angles and Tens. Yeah, sounds about right for a disaster. Ten's gonna readjust now. Still pressure on the flyby.
Devs needs to fix the accuracy on ropes. 100%. 100%. This needs to be fixed. This shouldn't be possible.
He's been pulling off 1v2s, but look at this retake positioning from Sentinels. Right around the back, and actually Dapper's quite far ahead here. He's made some good progress. And timing is everything.
Like, this is literally like the run and gun complaint that people should be doing, not about actually running and gunning.
The next step forward finds him, and now it's a 1v1. Nuki has been god tier over on this side of the map. But Sick's a bit of a legend himself. Taps the spike, falls away, looks for that pixel out of place, looks for Nuki. Tim! This scoreline is starting to look real good for G2.
That's actually crazy. They trade headshots and Nuki with just 10 HP remaining, but
I do think this round was won by Mixwell.
you would just
The way he opened up mid was so impactful. And another time.
as well, so lucky they're able to still comfortably set up on site there, because again, Expect tends to do that. He finds that kill in mid, created by G2 on B main. And again, yes, finds the first, gets traded out, but expect him to do that every single time. If he trades, it's fine for Sentinels.
Jet dash, gets the pressure on Viper. Viper gets scared, goes back to side. And ults B now. So now going into B.
Happy to keep going at this. Maybe this is a reason why labored from to keep
Mixwell just fell asleep.
Maybe this is a reason why labored from both sides. It's a little weird.
Unlucky.
It will be Shaz to find Mixwell. So mid's now open and eyes now removed from watching maybe a push-up. And it looks like the stack's already coming out here. They're well aware. Deeper wall as well. Very interesting to see that one up here. G2 falling slowly away from this.
I think the Viper's bit.
By the way,
Gonna make them reconsider Shazam's actually got the cut off on.
you can really plant now on B, which is nice. So, wait, let me explain this. Basically, now, because of the ultimate on B, right, this pushes off people. So this is the task of the Viper ultimate. Typically, it doesn't give you anything. And people are like, wasted ult. This is not a wasted ult. The reason why he used this is to push people off. No one in their right mind will go into the pit and try to like plant. That's just suicide. So the task of this ult is to make people go back. Is to make people go mid, make people go A, which will trigger Shazam and tends to have contact. Maybe even get kills. Shazam still has the dash. Look, Shazam has perfect position. Because people will get pushed off from that Viper wall, right? Shazam now will have the chance to get a kill and dash away. So it's literally like 3 kill. And he knows people will be coming here. So if there will be no utility to stop, like to obscure the vision, he should get a kill. He should get a kill right here. Let's see if this is actually happening. And then he gets info of like on the rotations as well. It's actually nuts. And people from backside B can rotate to mid on the tube. Like Sage can be on the tube, help Shazam. Sova can rotate to A or hold boiler in a moment.
He could be getting away with being the guillotine in this. 3 players around this corner. That's one.
Oof. He doesn't have enough time to dash away. He almost did more than expected, right? He gets 1, which is nice, but definitely not ideal. His task was to kill 1 and dash away, right?
It's only 1. A second's difference.
So good double peek by Mixwell and... No, Coldamenta and Avova.
Difference in Coldamenta may have gotten that kill, but he's quick. And now it's a 4v3. Coldamenta...
But it's still like huge advantage for defenders. It's 4v3. This is where you can see the compensation from map control made by Sick. Sick is now holding under tube. They have no control over tube itself, but that is just ignored. They cannot control everything, right? The problem is Sova is still stuck in back B, because the thing is Zombs is holding B, but because of the fact that he ulted, someone can still be left like behind yellow and can go here. This is why this Sova is still holding this. So there's a lot of uncertainty right now in Sentinels camp. And the problem is just there are few weak points. The weak points is here and tube. Those are the weak points. Because under tube is being held. And the only thing that can backstep them is the tube itself and the B. This is why you can see the Sova is compensating, but there's no one to compensate for kitchen. So they just have to be aware of it. And they try to do play time now and then probably rotate when people could actually go kitchen. Because they now have few seconds of time before a potential push through kitchen will be possible, because because Sick has this position here. Sick has the range of the sound. And because he doesn't hear a sound, he knows that no one is kitchen yet, because the players were here when they killed Shazam. So he knows exactly how much time it will take for people to rotate into kitchen to get started like rotating or holding kitchen.
Enter Nookie and Kellogg's. The death ball now going roaming.
Take flight. Again, res available. I'm not sure actually how.
So now this is a nice fake. So essentially they use the drone to fake an A push. This is why you can see Sick already rotating, right? And he's trying to like either control kitchen or just straight up go and help A, while two players from G2 are trying to get mid control because of the drone. So this is like one of those moments when they need to get a kill before they actually try to get a plant, to get an equalizer. And they have time, they have 40 seconds.
Shazam dying on top of tube, so you can see G2 actually pausing.
Sick rotated, see? Sick is already now going to A because of that drone. So he left the kitchen. And now the question is, how aware is Sentinels that someone can be in kitchen?
Sova can just keep drawing their attention over towards A, right? Make a bit of noise, see if maybe
Sova is aware.
these players, but you can see that intuition, maybe making them question.
And this is it. Dapper is aware, gets the kill. He fails on the second one, but Sick gets the trade, which is amazing. And that's the round done.
We'll just call them in to get to do with this. Spikes deep in enemy territory, 6 seconds left. Have a little go for it, not gonna happen. Well done to Sentinels, kept composure there, kept everything in check, and Shazam, lovely play up middle.
Yeah, beautiful. And again, you got to credit G2 for being stacked up there, where Shazam can't get away with another, actually. He finds the first. Mixwell in the rattiest spot, I think we'll see all day.
So ratty.
But again, look at Sentinels. The owl drone it gives Sentinels a really good read on, I think, where G2 want to end up.
Yeah.
At least plan A.
Yeah, it gave them great intention with that. Now, looking at the money though, considering
plan A.
Yeah, it gave them great
intention. Wait. Give me a second, boys and girls. I'm gonna just... Ooh. 1 second, my friends. I'm gonna send a message first. Alright, sorry guys, had to message this. If you guys feel like some of the rounds would have been nice for like a YouTube content, make sure to clip it and just send to me on Discord. Like if you guys feel like, oh, this could be a good YouTube video, you guys want to help out, of course. Alright. How many Goraki have you eaten so far? Too many. Today I've eaten 2. Will champions have audience? I have no clue, my friend. Huh?
Where G2 want to end up.
Yeah.
At least plan A.
Yeah, it gave them great intention with that. Now, looking at the money though, considering it was what?
No, thank you, Matzi.
Commanding scoreline. The money hasn't swelled for G2. A lot of these rounds have been kept up.
Ooh, Dapper with the first tempo. Hunter's Fury to step a push on A. Interesting. With no info, right?
Oh. That you can push a little bit deeper as they're going to be having to respect that. And he's already made great work of it. Finding Nookie is the perfect target to pick up.
Especially with the work he's been doing towards belt on A.
Is it a hot chocolate or candy? It's like a waffle of a hot chocolate taste.
Shazam and Tens on the other side of this once again. And look at the focus towards mid, actually. Aldron going to come through. I don't know, we'll spot Tens actually up in, tucked up on second level of sight. He's at risk of being wallbanked here, but nothing comes through.
No, he's still fine. He's still alive. He's got Dapper kind of having his back here. Wall goes in, wants to at least give himself a chance at a gap here, but he's been chipped away at. Now Dapper gonna pick up the mantle. Good damage towards Kellogg's, but he does manage to keep his life. 10 still living in the depths here, unable to quite pop into this, and there's the ult.
The Viper ult is not ideal. It doesn't cover rafters.
Big swing and a miss.
But it's still worth it. Like you need to do everything to guarantee like a win.
Yeah, now the last 3, where are they at? We've got a couple, or at least one coming around on the flank. That's Shazam. Goldamenta up in towards net.
Uh,
Kellogg's to find 10.
There's nothing
Shaz
interesting in
right
this
back
round.
into the hands now.
Whipped that round on
See that looking likes of Nookie controlling that push up consistently.
Nookie
setting a
goes
tone
back to
for the
his
entire
default.
match. Shaz and Tens are now like, well, I guess I'm on Nookie duty. Great. I'm going to have to deal with this every single time. And he will do this every single time. Maybe
Now the rotation happened. Wait, but did they do anything to trigger anything from B? Let me check. Because there are 3 people in front of B. The arrow was used on B and was destroyed immediately, so Sentinels don't know how many people are here.
I'm going to have to deal with this every single time, and he will do this every single time. Maybe he doesn't do it one round. Fair enough. They're still going to have to expect.
So yeah, this is like just a good call from G2, like on a hunch. They didn't know that there's a 2-stack on B long, but they called it as a probability most likely, so they're gonna go away.
The way that G2 have to approach this now, it's just stack us for. Hey, hopefully they can't get us all right. Whether it be Tens or Shazam.
Viper will now see, this is used like later on, not beginning of the round, to not tell that they're going A, right?
On the other end, but let's see. Looking going to send the paint shell across the back. Kellogg's getting very deep towards server here. Shazam Wolf comfortable plant.
Alright.
We'll find 2 tags.
Nothing interesting here.
It's the Sentinels at least.
3, or I'm thinking it's time around, the ult pushing up middle, that was so do that. The back end minimum 3, or I'm thinking it's.
So this is the first time Sentinels actually pushing middle, but they went back. Nookie is still holding A with that boom bot on the default.
Can do that. The back on the buy and
Did you go over split yet? Yeah, it was the first map I did. It took like 2.5 hours. There's a lot of content.
Do with a bit of that here, because right now G2 have him by the scruff of the neck. Someone's with a little jump peek, Shaz off to the side, waiting for maybe that jump peek on the other side to come around. While this happens, we see that little bit of a step towards middle. But
how would you balance Jet? We can talk about that after the map.
Sure, they keep everything in check. No early giveaways, no easy reads here. They bide their time. I'm wondering if Mixwell's there purely off the back of the success that maybe they had off Shaz or someone pushing up mid. This is an interesting little read from them here. Nookie showing, I'm still here. You have no idea where we're heading.
But this is great. Again, just giving.
They're just playing default. No one got any control. Look, G2 didn't get like any. Sorry, G2 in this round didn't get any control yet. They didn't break this line, so they're just playing default so far. So there's nothing interesting happening here. The only thing that could have happened, and Sentinels, because of that, you see Sova, Dapper, is looking here. Because on the tube, someone could cross, by someone I mean Maxwell, could have crossed here and get this control. This is why Dapper is looking in this direction. And because of that, when Sentinels gonna start rotating, someone will have to use any kind of utility or ego check underneath boiler and those angles here. Because of the sage wall in kitchen, no one can look kitchen. So this is the only worried, like worrisome area. This is the only worrisome area for Sentinels so far. So let's see how that will resolve.
To give away that information, Shazam actually.
That's a really cool smoke.
This is the first sign, finds the second.
Because it gives like a false confidence for the opposing players, because they know where the player is, but they're not used to such a long smoke, so they think he's not prepared to shoot yet.
Look, he's so commanding right now. He's keeping 3 players from Sentinels.
And now, look, now kitchen is open for lurks. This is where it becomes a little bit problematic for Sentinels, even with a man's advantage, because they know that this area is not checked, and now also kitchen is open to lurks, so they need to compensate for this. So Dapper doesn't have the recon arrow. I don't know when he used it, so he might be like on a 10-second cooldown or maybe 20. I can remember, but most likely Dapper will have to use his arrow to check this area, right? So most likely he's just gonna like use it here somewhere. and he doesn't have this drone, so he cannot control kitchen. So there are two options. Either they stay like this, Viper goes back on B, Shazam is controlling long, and they play on B with two players from this area, right? And then players from A can control like out kitchen from A, and one player controls mid from here. That would probably be my like fallback plan in case we lose control of mid and kitchen, but let's see how they play it out and what will change from G2 if something like this happens.
Locked onto a site. Vova does have the res.
So he goes for the res. So now they know they don't have a sage wall, which actually is a big thing. Losing the sage wall here and putting the wall like this means that Shazam can just fuck off. There's no reason for him to be here anymore. Because he knows that without destroying the wall, they cannot go B, and they cannot plant B because of the lack of the wall. So giving this information here, Shazam will most likely rotate now fast, and Viper will probably just fall back to not die because they know that most likely gonna happen like a hit on A or hit on mid. This is what's gonna happen. So there can be a lot of reinforcements of mid coming from Sentinels right now. This is a very interesting round.
Try and get this back up. Yeah, we'll just be behind the wall. Shazam can't punish that.
Where's that mid lurk? It's Mixwell who's looking to maybe crack this open.
Shazam is still on long B. So that is, I find this very interesting. I find this very interesting. That Shazam is still holding B after this entire time. Zomp is aware of the kitchen lurk, which is very important, but I'm really surprised by Shazam not going for.
Let's see what Mixwell can do here, though. He has to catch this one. There it is. Great work from him, and now the other three.
He wins the duel, and now Shazam starts rotating. I don't know.
Sentinels are on an island, but it is 3, and one of them is
Tans gets that kill, which is important. He fucks off. Wow. Mixwell's lurk is not impactful now. Let me go again. Let me rewatch this again. So, Mixwell gets the opening kill, right? Mixwell gets the opening kill. Mixwell gets the opening kill. Tans is holding this angle. Nuki is disconnected from the team. Does he die alone with no trade? He goes in with the satchel, which is nice, but he fails it. This is why this happened. This is why this happened. This satchel is fucked, right? He wanted to go on king. Like, he checks the right corner. He checks the right corner, but is fully exposed to this angle. If he would land on king, he would have not been exposed to this corner while he could fight those guys here. I'm actually not certain. I'm not certain if this is a planned satchel or a botched satchel. But I do believe this is a satchel that shouldn't have happened. Right? I think this is a failed satchel, but I'm not certain. Like, maybe he wanted to do that, but I don't think so. Like, he gets fully exposed to the angle that he never checked. Right? He only checks the right angle, and then he has no cover. So he's like, and he, nah, this cannot be a planned satchel, because, look, this cannot be a planned satchel, because what's the reason to be so high up? Like, he gets exposed here. He has such a long airtime that he has absolutely no way of winning any gunfight. Like, there's no way. This is not a botched satchel. Like, he's fucked. Yeah. This is definitely not the way he wanted to use it. So they lose one player here because of that. Mixwell got the lurk, but there's not enough time to be impactful as a lurker. And that's another problem. Look, typically a lurker is very impactful if he can get the seed of fear into his opponents, right? So if you go here through as Mixwell and you get the lurk while you have a lot of presence in A lobby, players on A are now fucked because they can be attacked from 2 directions. But because there's only 20 seconds left, right? And G2 has to go A, those guys don't give a fuck about Mixwell. They just don't give a fuck. It makes no difference for them because Mixwell is too far away to be impactful. So they will just have 3 players fighting on A instead of being worried about being lurked. And that's because there's only 20 seconds on the clock. So good awareness by Sentinels here. They don't give any attention to Mixwell. They just know they need to fight on site. Mixwell is not... Look, guys. Mixwell literally... In this case, Mixwell dying here is not impactful. Like, I was talking about how much impact Mixwell had with the previous lurks, but those ones were too late. Mixwell had, in this round, even though he gets a kill on Zomps in Kitchen, this literally doesn't give anything for the team. Right? Him killing this guy here and then lurking here doesn't have any impact because... What is the focal point of the round is the 3 players on A that are fighting the 4 players from G2 from here. This is where the round is won or lost. This area is meaningless. They play like a different round. There's like, literally this has 0 value. 0 value. This is where... decides the round. Oh my god. Whatever. Right? So yeah, interesting round. Very interesting round. Very interesting round.
Options and run out of players. There's the bare minimum. I wanted to see 3 at least here for Sentinels now.
That's so interesting to see as well. Like I said, Nuki.
Hello, Seido.
And he's happy to let Sentinels know that he's there, but Sentinels do not falter.
You know what else has 0 value? Oh, dude, no, we don't. My friend, Spooky, please be respectful towards other people. You know, she got hired for the analyst desk for a reason, for sure. They had a reason. There's no reason to like. Be disrespectful towards anyone who is hired for an event.
Because there's no rotation factor. There's already 3 bodies stacked up there. So it's interesting, really. I mean, you can argue.
Yeah, I saw the play in Mind of Atmos. Nuki default positioning.
Okay, he's got a good idea. Someone's close by.
Whoa! Fool me twice, right?
You can see the cogs turning there for Nuki. Like,
Mixwell, oh my god, look at this. Mixwell. I just wanted to say that Mixwell has the biggest fucking balls to do this and he dies. Because of that, I want to say he has the biggest balls because it literally kills you 9 out of 10 times. What he did right here. Look. He just went on the tube while there's no pressure done on B-Long, and there's still most likely one guy that is watching on the tube. And he dies because of that.
Something close.
Kellogg's this time looking to punish. He peeks a little deeper, but it's actually Mixwell being caught in mid is the first blood drawn. Six going to catch that as Kellogg's is...
I feel like the on-site team is so smaller than the goal size. We'll see in the future what's the plan. You mean for... I don't know. I'll just, you know, I just keep my head down, work hard, and hopefully I can be considered to get to be an analyst for Champions. We'll see.
Is now going to at least take that long control. after maybe noting that Shaz is over somewhere else.
Now they are huge disadvantage. They have no Viper. They have no Viper wall. They need to plant on B. Like, this is fucked. Yeah, there's like no Viper utility to obscure the vision. Sage wall destroyed because I only have 3 people on side. Nuki is like lurking. He gets the kill, but yeah, that's unfortunate. Imagine if he actually had the tempo play. That nade actually did cost him a lot because he had the opportunity to catch people off guard with the ult and push out underneath, like push out the people underneath kitchen. So that's unlucky grenade. I mean, he wanted to bounce it, right? The thing is, I don't think it's like, oh, it's his mistake. He just wanted to bounce it, but the thing is, those doorways have like this shape. Like the shape of the doorway, if you look at up top, it's like this, right? So when the grenade goes like here, it gets stuck. So you need to hit this or this to make it bounce. And that's not fucking easy. So yeah, he tried his best. He tried his best, but he actually fucked himself here. You're the best. Your predictions and analysis always on point. The only reason I thought you weren't there this time because you're a member of G2. No, me being a member of G2 doesn't change anything. It shouldn't. I was doing all the VCT events with G2 in it. Sean Garris is part of Gen G.
I think it forces Sick into a bit more of an open position, potential for him to fall there, and ultimately, Nuki a huge opportunity to just swing out with that showstop. Actually, the Mixwell on the only rifle here.
Oh dear. Here we go.
Oh, wait, what is happening here? So Shazam is doing again the push with the pipes operator, but this time, look, this time the wall is activated. See this shit? That was what I was mentioning before. See this? Motherfuckers. Look. See? This is what I was talking about in that previous round. You guys remember how Kellogg's died, right? Exactly from the same position because the Viper wall wasn't activated. Those small things give you a small edge that is actually so impactful on pro level that whenever you fail, you get punished for it. And G2 got punished in that round because of that. Kellogg's died and because Kellogg's didn't compensate for the lack of the Viper wall. He always has a very unbiased opinion when it comes to casting. I mean, I was literally publicly hating on the previous iteration of G2, right? So, yeah. Like, I literally hated the previous G2 because they played like absolute... Yeah. They just run around. I hated that. I hate not structured teams on professional level.
Oh dear. Here we go.
Oh, Nuki! Too bad he doesn't have a judge. Oh my god, dude. Oh, if he gets a second one, oh my god.
But where's the rest? There they are. Kellogg's picks up Nuki left off, and it's a 4v3. Dapper, Sick, and Zoms are baffled, scratching their head. Sick can't quite adjust the spray well enough on the second, and now two-stand. Dapper and Zoms fired up, trying to get that wall down for a quick bit of vision, but no one falls foul instantly. Zoms finds...
What was Kellogg's doing here? Wait, what?
Down for a quick bit of vision, but no one falls foul instantly.
Why is he looking into a fucking wall? Barrel? No. Without a Phantom, it's not a problem. He has a Vandal here. Screen sees him? Yeah, but if he's seen, then there's no reason for him to look at the wall. Guys, there's no reason to hide his gun if he's being spotted by screens. Look. Look. This is the typical min-maxing thing, okay? This is really the typical min-maxing, like, nitpicking from me, okay? Look. If he was being... What is he being spotted here? He wasn't being spotted. So no one's seen him. He might have been heard. Right? But even if he's being held, if you have a vandal in this spot, your barrel is not visible. Right? There's no visibility of the vandal barrel if he looks this way. Phantom barrel, visible. Vandal barrel, not visible. The other reasoning why he was doing like this is because of the sage that is holding his back here. So if Avova gets a contact, Kellogg's wide swings. But the thing is that, like, it's off-timed. Because Avova is not peeking yet. So might be the reason why Kellogg's is standing like that. See? See this? I think Kellogg's was waiting for Avova to peek. But the thing is, there's no reason for Avova to even peek. Because it's a 3 versus 2. So the only reason why he had to peek is to bail out his teammate. But this teammate doesn't need help in the first place.
Finds the first. Kellogg's Zoms is nasty right now. The 1v1. Coldamenta, 8 bullets. Zoms on the other side. Coldamenta.
Oh, okay, well, unlucky. You have to watch the fight before 10 seconds. Oh, let me go back.
He's just leapt into the arms and he's got the frag onto Shaz.
I smacked my face so hard my nose bridge is actually hurting now. Is that a real thing? The Vandal is shorter than the Phantom? Of course. The Vandal is shorter by so much. By the silencer. Like, literally, look. Look at this. There's literally a huge difference. There's literally a huge difference between those two. Both same size? This is because this is not in scale. But there's literally a huge difference between Vandal and Phantom. Oh, this one is a good one. This is scaled. This is actually... It's a thumbnail. This is actually scaled. Look. See this? Look at the difference here. And look at the difference here. Like, the difference between Vandal and Phantom is like around this. Cam in the way? Oh, shit. Wait. Here. Like, around this. This is the difference between Vandal and Phantom. So pushing through smokes with Phantom is worse? Guys, oh my god. How many new viewers do we have today? If you ever watch me play on stream, right? Tell me someone who is a common viewer. Please explain in the chat, how am I peeking from a smoke with a Phantom? What do I do with my Crosshair placement? Let's see who pays attention. You look down, Sid Hartig's nose. And so does Sado. See? People know. So what you do with your Phantom, right? When you're in a smoke and you want to push through a smoke fast, You look down first with a phantom and pull it back up when you go out of the smoke, because the barrel is not visible first that moment. But if you peek out just looking straight, your barrel is visible first. You fuck up your crosshair placement, but you're not dead because your barrel is visible. You don't have to do that with a Vandal because the Vandal is shorter. The same applies to Classic and Ghost. The same thing applies to Classic and Ghost. Ghost is the longest pistol, then it's the Sheriff. What if you do it sideways? That depends on what you have in front of you. That really depends on the context of what is the surrounding around you. I follow you since today, but I still know this. How much you troll?
Where's the rest? There they are. Killux picks up the pace just as Nuki left off.
Wait, VCT is being played today?
Zombs are baffled, scratching their head. Sick can't quite adjust the spray well.
I think it is, right?
And now two stand. Dapper and Zombs.
That's super bad advice. You should just get as close as you can without your phantom showing and then run out. You shouldn't be just adjusting crosshair placement. Okay, broski.
Fired up, trying to get that wall down for a quick bit of vision, but no one falls foul.
Everyone has his own playstyle.
Zombs finds the first. Kellogg. Oh, Zombs is nasty right now.
Vision strike if there's a scent. Nice.
One Coldamenta, 8 bullets. Zombs on the other side. Coldamenta, he sees him, he gets him. It's G2 with a solid lead here.
Sideways is very situational. That is correct. It really depends on the context. Sometimes you want to look down and look up. Sometimes you want to sideways. Sometimes you don't want to push out at all. But you never want to fucking push out with your gun forward.
We've got a game 8-4. For me, the question though is it enough? We know Sentinels can dig deep. We know they've got a lot.
Alright.
Right here.
That can do these sort of gaps.
Yes, and I'm expecting them to.
So we have G2.
I'm expecting them to come out swinging.
Pistol round. Okay, once this round starts, we're gonna talk about it.
Don't allow G2 to ride through this momentum. They need to stop this.
I thought it was really cool how Sick complemented the Viper Orb A attacker spawn onto A side and then used it in the match. Wait, they used it in this match? Really? No way. That means that they used it in this match, right here, right? I'm gonna pay attention to it. Okay. Fuck. If they use that, then I know it's from me. Because literally Sick said when he was playing with me that no one ever uses that.
Early in this half, if they want to actually draw the game up and push things further.
Okay, oh, nice. So, let's talk a little bit about the setup here. We have the defense retake wall that I'm doing a lot, right? You guys remember? There's no... Wait. Mixwell has Toxic Orb that he didn't set up yet. He is on King, has his retake wall. Kellogg's is controlling B. No wall being used. Everything else is... Okay, standard. I thought you held that Goralki thing up the entire time to the camera? What? No, dude. It's a logo. We're being sponsored this week by Goralki! Thank you, Goralki, for sponsoring the stream. Alright. Why is 410 called King? Because there's 410 on it and KNG. Here, you see this? KNG. So like Kingdom, but people call King because it's shorter. If this would have a call out, it would have been 304. Tell that fast. 304! 304! No way. Oh wait, you don't see anything. Shit, we can't see. Right, forgot. My bad. Oh, the camera's in the way! You have to be shitting me, man. See here? 304. King. Anyway. Alright, let's go back. Let's go back to the round. Let's see how this resolves. So, Kellogg's has the first contact. He sees one player, and that's Shazam. Typically, if you see a Jet, that most likely not a lurker.
If you're just tuning in, map 1, Sentinels picked up quite convincing.
Zombs is being known now. Avova knows about the location of Zombs. Right? He destroys the arrow. Avova could peek this. But then he's exposed to this angle. This is a very interesting choice. I don't know, guys. I can't remember who won this pistol round and anything. I can't remember any shit. I wasn't paying attention to the match when it was played live. So, few things that can Avova do here. He knows about Zombs, that he's standing either underneath the container or on top of the container, because he heard him shoot the Sova arrow. Avova has now the decision. I do a hero play. I peek out and try to kill this guy. But the thing is, I'm gonna be open to this angle first. So, he would need to peek first here, without exposing himself to this angle, check this corner, and then swing, get a tap here, and go back. The problem is, he has no reinforcements because of the Viper smoke in mid, so the two people in boiler are practically useless for him. Let's see what he does. In the meantime, by the way, that's also interesting, right? In the meantime, the Sova drone is being used on B long. Kellogg's is already tagged, so he needs to leave B long. So this is okay. So because of that, because of the drone, I feel like Avova could actually swing. Because most likely there's only one player on mid, while other 4 people on a pistol round just want to collapse after the drone. So this could be actually a wide swing hero play from Avova, because he hears the drone and a lot of steps on B long, and he can risk the fact that no one will be here, and he can kill Zombs before anything else happens. Let's see. Let's see if we get the prediction right.
In fashion, however, map 2 here, G2's choice, sitting at 8-4.5.
He plays safe, which is smart. He peeks. He peeks now. After he hears that Zombs went down. Zombs jumps down, I think with a sound, right? Let me check.
I need to show their line. G2's choice, sitting at 8-4.5.
Who made that sound?
Convincing fashion, however, map 2 here, G2's choice, sitting at 8-4.5.
That wasn't Dapper, right? Zombs. Maybe that was Zombs? He made sound. I think he made sound, which triggered Avova peeking.
This time around, Sentinels now need to show what they're like in the drive.
See, Avova is now taking control because he knows... this is so smart. Look, Avova is now trying to get control. No one most likely went under tube, but he is giving the info that someone could be under tube. This is why Kellogg's is looking currently here. If Kellogg's doesn't see anyone here, there's a chance that someone could go here. So Mixwell's job will be to check this angle. While Avova will go towards long B because he knows that Zombs made a step, jump down, and if he's not visible anywhere here, that means that he went B. Alright, so Kellogg's didn't see contact. So Mix will have to check now boiler. There's the bomb planted. Mixwell doesn't give a fuck about boiler. But Zombs is taking an Avova. Oof, unlucky. And now Kellogg's is trying to compensate for that position and goes long as well. Oh, this is such a tough point for G2. Yeah, okay. Drone on pistol over 2 shocks, interesting. Oh, you always want to have drone on professional level, Flickster. On a pistol round, on a map like Icebox, you cannot play without a drone. Like, the thing is, you need to consider 2 things, right? The drone has always value. You spend 400 credits, that you always get value. You get vision and maybe a tag. You can advance in map control. Shock darts don't do anything. They are not guaranteed impact. Even if you shoot a shock dart into a corner, it will not clear the corner because no one dies from it, right? From one shock dart. So drone is always positive net value, And it's especially crucial on a map like Icebox, where you have so many corners to check. So the value of the drone is even exponentially bigger than on other maps.
Who else but Dapper? If we could have placed bets on anybody to get a knife kill on the stage here in Berlin, it's Dapper. Well, talk about stopping the momentum. A knife kill in the pistol round will do that, Lauren.
On defense it's different because you can just, so on defense I would say that typically two philosophies when it comes to buying on defense with Sova on pistol round is if you play a site that you will most likely play on a retake, you might buy a drone because your job is to be alive and then trigger a retake. But if you play on a side with other people that you're trying to fight, but if you're playing on a side with other people which are trying to fight, then shock darts are more impactful because they can deal damage when there's a collapse on your side. Are you still affiliated with G2? Yes, for 2 years now. Unlucky. Bottom knifer.
8-5. Oh, dearie me. We go again. Sentinels, welcome to the build back plan. Bulldogs out and a couple of Spectres.
Drone on defense is for retake? Typically for retake. Or use it for scouting if you need to rotate fast. Depends on the map. Like on Haven, you might actually be using it for info first.
Actually, with Mixwell investing the wall, Sick will hit the rotate with the spike here. I think Dapper just gonna.
Why is there no Cypher or Killjoy? I mean, Killjoy on Icebox is nuts, and this was my main complaint about Sentinels not playing Killjoy. But who would play Killjoy here? Like, Tens would have to swap to Sage. Tens would have to swap to Sage, and Sick would have to play Killjoy. That's literally, I think, like that will have to be the case. Right? Because Shazam has to be playing on Jet. I mean, if Shaz would be playing on Sova, sure, but I feel like Shazam is actually phenomenal on Jet on this map. Sick doesn't like playing Sova on Icebox, so he's kind of locked into Sage. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know. We'll see. It's actually interesting because at some point I feel like Sentinels have to like evolve. Maybe another agent will trigger the change. We'll see.
Intuition. Working out very nicely. Maxwell is still close enough to call them over, but they'll be so far ahead now. The site should be theirs. Looking for a clean round here. Sentinels. And G2, of course, looking to do whatever damage they can. They can take a couple of weapons away, do a bit of work. That'd be brilliant.
I thought you hated operator on attack and Shaz does it all the time. Because they have two duelists. He can do that. And also on Icebox, look, I always was explaining that on Breeze and on Icebox, the jet dashes are not as impactful as on other maps. Right? You don't have many corners to check like left, right, because the map is so different. On Ascent, on Bind, on Split, those left check corners, right check corners, like the side dashes, drone dashes, are very important. And so will be on Fracture. On those maps, I don't think you can afford playing a jet that is playing operator on attack. On a map like Icebox and Breeze, it's not that impactful because you typically have duels before checking corners, before doing executes. And Haven, of course. Haven is probably even the most impactful. Like when it comes to actual jet dashes that check corners. We had a sub.
Eder Branco, thank you much, my friend, for the tier 1. Welcome to the family. If you could introduce yourself, that would be absolutely splendid. Thank you, bro.
All right.
So that first buy round is going to be a big one here.
It is indeed. Again, great opportunity for Sentinels to push forward on a bonus.
Why do they use the sage wall on A side for planting? I don't like that sage wall, honestly. I really don't like it, but it's their choice. It's like, okay, I'll explain in a moment. Wait, Zix!
Zix QD, thank you much, my friend, for the Sabrina as well. Welcome to the family. And the same question to you. If you could introduce yourself, that would be absolutely phenomenal, my friend. Thank you much for the support, broski.
Was just lurking, but great stream production. Thank you, Half Full Drinks. So, you wanted to ask about the wall, right here. So the main reason they do this wall, this here, right, is because Sick likes to play this angle. And it's actually pretty tough to, like, get over him if someone is, like, holding this angle or from this angle, right? But in general, I'm not a fan of this wall because the only thing that it stops is this push. Like from here, from behind the wall. That's the only angle it stops. People can still be over here, can still be on rafters. They can like check you from maze, from like here. So there's like, I really don't like this wall. But since, you know, Sentinels have fantastic fundamentals, they can work with everything they do because they know how to set up crossfires in a millisecond because they have the experience to do that. In less experienced teams, planting like this might actually cost you a round because people will not be adjusting to it fast enough. Hello, Jayden. So this is all like... This is all because Sentinels are just so good that they can play with stuff like this. And also remember, they play against an eco, right?
Weapons away, do a bit of work.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I think I have to buy YouTube Premium for watching VODs.
First two in the bag for Sentinels.
Alright, what is happening here? Ooh, interesting wall. Let's talk a little bit about this. So, this is actually very interesting. This is actually very interesting. So, the reason why Mixwell is doing this wall here, right? Look, this wall here. This wall here is because it's a wall that helps with retaking, so it's multi-purpose, right? It helps with retaking because when you retake, the bomb is planted behind the wall, so you obscure the vision from here, right? But this is not obscured. And the other reason why this wall is being used here is to stop the push from this angle, because they are being worried about like the decay when they swing, so someone from pipes can hold them. And the other third usage of this wall is on this spot, because remember how I spoke about Avova peeking from kitchen and how he was worried about this angle here? This wall stops this angle. See? This wall stops this angle, literally right here. You don't have to worry about this angle when checking the left side here. Interesting wall. Now remember, this is the round for Sentinels that they are probably gonna lose because of you know, just the economy. Can pipes see above the wall? What do you mean here? Not this time, Zachary. I mean, this wall doesn't help with retaking for pipes. Pipes is still fully open.
You're going to heavy lean actually towards B here, and it's only Kellogg's to hold it down for G2.
Kellogg's is... Oh my god, dude, what? What is the plan here? What is the plan for Kellogg's here? He's alone on B long. And he hears the drone. Does he just fuck off with the dash instantly? Yeah, not this time, Zachary. Like, that's such a weird... Like, he's fucked right now. There's the drone. He's gonna get tagged. The jet can just even dash on him. What's gonna happen?
Not an easy one. Utility already coming through. Now he can actually rain death from... Oh no.
Oh no.
The timing. Timing. How is he alive? He's not for much longer. 24 HP just about makes out. And they want to capitalize. Look.
Both teams made mistakes. Kellogg's absolutely committed against a lower buy. Kellogg's committed against a lower buy to be close range while he has a Vandal. He destroys the drone that doesn't check him. Because the drone didn't check him. Like Dapper actually fucked up here. He wasn't looking at him. Right? I don't know, man. Literally, the first moment I see someone jumping up here when you're alone on long B, I'm like... I'm already certain that this guy is fucked. I don't get it. I really don't get it. And why does he re-peek here? Like, he dashed out... What? Why is he not hiding? He had a chance. He has 24 HP. Sage has a heal. Avova has a heal, right? Watch the drone. He turns fully. Where? Oh, you might be right. You might actually be right. You might actually be right. He turns. Yeah. He turns. Good call. All right. So Dapper actually checks the angle. So good on him. So Sentinels didn't do a mistake. So I don't get this. Because the thing is, you can only justify that he is standing in this spot because Coldamenta is behind him and they want to just kill people. But Kellogg's is 24 HP and is wide swinging, so Coldamenta can't even trade properly. Look, Coldamenta's in a good spot. I don't get this. Like, Kellogg's made, I feel like, very questionable play here. Yeah, and they're fucked. Now they lost two people on a round that they should have never died, right? So they know about tens. Nuki is aware of tens being up top. Or at least potentially being up top. My opinion, absolutely absurd that there isn't a replay function in place yet. Analyzing this from a solo perspective, so unlucky. I mean, imagine how the quality of the analysis we can do once we get a demo replay system, right? We're gonna do so much content, but it's gonna take a while, guys. And I would just like to tell you that developing a demo system, a replay system for this game that doesn't suck like it sucks in CS is gonna take a lot of time. And you don't want to release it unfinished. Alright? So, don't hate on Riot. This has to be perfect. The game has 1 year. It's gonna take time. CS didn't have a replay system for how many years? Right?
This is when you're clutching at straws. You're not feeling it now. Right.
Whew. No, I mean, Nuki was aware, right? So Tens had the wide swing. I like the decision of Tens to wide swing because he has a Spectre.
Left by the side. Nuki, though, picks up the pace and the pieces as Tens goes down, but the spike is planted.
3v3 Nuki.
Yes, CS demo system sucks. You cannot rewind even with that system.
Sight here, but Zom's controlling B main and in a position actually to use these snake bites. Lineup set up, sick. Just needs to buy a little time here. A little bit of chip damage done, but the wall goes up. They're able to negate that straight away. Zoms finds one with a snake bite. Shazam.
Yeah, dude. This round by G2 is thrown because of the commitment from B players. Like, this round is won because of mistakes from G2, not because Sentinels were better. They just capitalize on the mistake.
They're so good at that. They're so good at these slightly weaker weapon rounds. They're so good at capitalizing on any of those errors.
I gotta say it, Kellogg's a little too deep for my liking to be out.
Oh, see?
Like that. He's out of range.
Hypog is even
you know, that backup
saying that stuff right now.
Free card. Again, the out drone comes through. If I'm Kellogg's, I am out of there.
Offski. Yeah.
Out of curiosity, if our location is revealed by the drone, there's no more teammates around us, then should we destroy the drone first or just focus on getting a kill? Too complicated to answer without an example. Too much context needed.
This is where you got to be very careful with the money, the economy, how this builds back up, the utility, how everything is working through this, the alt economy even coming in.
So now G2 is on a lower buy. Sentinels have a free, like, Sentinels are rolling in bank. I'm actually surprised that they lost the map after like openings like this, but we'll see how. We'll see how. We're gonna analyze why did G2 won this map.
That's the big question, actually. As a confidence breaker, you don't want to see that so early.
Would you prefer Sky or Sova on Icebox? Sova. The drone is just so much more impactful. Do you think Kellogg should have dashed out as soon as he heard the drone and called it, bring a notation from the team? Yes. Like, once he hears the drone, he should have just fuck off. I don't think he needs to even dash away. He could have just jumped down from here. So the thing is, he was standing here. Once he hears the drone, right? That was the drone. He doesn't have to like dash out. He can just passively jump so he doesn't show his feet to the doorway, right? And then he can just run safely to B. So basically, he just jumps here while doing the passive and then runs B. He had 2 cloud bursts at the same time. Like, I think really that round was an absolute massive blunder for G2.
Snowball for them. Nuki this time going to pick up position on B main.
That's a lot of utility used by G2 here just to control the first push. So typically when someone uses like paint shots and shock darts, that means that they're playing off angles. Sorry, not off angles. That they're playing crossfires. So as Sentinels, you're reading into this. They use a shock dart. They use a paint shell. That means they're taking space. So there might be a guy here. 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 And they play together. Might be a guy here. Might be a guy here. You know, there's like trying to always like play in a duo. So this is where Sentinels read this.
2 members of Sentinels actually just tucked down.
He might not have heard it because of the white noise. That's unfortunately a possibility. I hope they fixed that with the white noise, by the way. Whenever I played on LAN and we had white noise, you had like separate headphones with white noise and then in-ears with your actual in-game sound. I don't know why Riot is not making this a standard for Berlin Masters, and it's actually quite upsetting for everyone involved. Isn't that uncomfortable? It is a little bit, but it is what it is. You need to play with that.
Exactly where he is, but the boom bot and the paint shells, obviously, the presence is noted.
Yeah. Nuki is...
But I heard someone... I remember a tweet yesterday. Someone was saying something about that, the fact that they fixed that? I'm not sure.
It's gonna fall away from this one.
Hello, Gina. Second shock dart being used.
It's interesting. 3 bits of utility shown here. So actually, 3 members of G2 accounted for here in the early round.
They're gonna fix that for Champions Night. They should have fixed it for now. Okay, so this is not an interesting round at all.
I think that's beating for obviously that recon for Nuki there. He needs
the low details, man. Look how the game looks, man. Like made out of clay. Look at this. There are no details on the walls. Right? I got so used to the high quality settings that this game looks just so bland on lowest. Right? I mean, don't get me wrong. If I would have been a professional player, I would be playing on low.
To deal with that recon
Just because it's a little bit better, a better bit, visibility is a little bit better.
Stressful time. We have the buy coming out. 4 on the trot now for Sentinels. Economy in a good spot too. So around like 5.
They did not fix the issue. They just moved the casters elsewhere. So they turned off the white nose completely.
0.9 on Zoms, 5.5 on Shaz. I know you see it too. We do have a timeout, it looks like. There it is. A lovely technical. Who doesn't love him? So.
They reduced the white noise, not completely off.
Now I wonder.
I don't know. I would just prefer to play with an in-ears and another set of headphones over it with night noise. But that's how everyone else is doing it, you know? Like, mixing white noise with game sound would absolutely trigger me. If I would be playing on this stage and I would have white noise and game sound mixed into my fucking ears, I would probably not be able to play. Because I'm like insanely sensitive to sounds. So, like, I even turn off voice lines because they piss me off while playing. Imagine now playing with white noise mixed with game sound. I would have been so mad.
If Sentinels do decide to force through, or at least one way or the other, we can see.
They truly.
The desk slam yet, have we?
Oh, I really want one of those.
Really want to see a good
solid
desk slam.
I got tinnitus, it would mess me up. Right, tinnitus is like having white noise permanently in the fucking ear.
We've got a text package for that as well.
Table broken.
Why do I feel tired when I listen to my professor, but when I listen to Lothar for 5 hours, I feel entertained? Because you listen to something that you enjoy. You listen to something that you want to learn. When you listen to a professor, it's probably just because you have to, not because you want to.
Just Hulk smash. Yeah, we haven't had that yet. I mean, it's still group stage, right? Like,
There's still time.
yeah, it's a long tournament. Okay.
What are the packets Shazam is holding in his hand? To warm up your hands.
I'm not sure how I feel about this one.
Not for me.
Yeah.
Good thing he has no holes in the socks.
Down there taking that
Who's
camera
doing that?
Somebody's about to get exposed. Oh, there he is. Yep, just in the corner. of the screen.
Exposed.
Yeah.
Like North America went toe to toe with
Who's
the
doing
EMEA's
that?
best.
Yeah,
Right?
not.
Like that was the #1 seed coming
Yeah,
out of
well,
Gambit.
we'll have a
Yeah,
good
like
So,
is,
yeah.
are they
This one goes out to Pansy.
We're all good to go. 8-8. Jumping back on in, no worries. Let's look at that up. Quick reminder, if you zoned out for a second like you look like a Vova did.
Alright, so what is happening? Wait. Oh, baby! Something creative, guys. Look at this. Look at this shit. Creative stuff coming from G2. Look. So what they do here, Avova is putting a wall from kitchen that blocks the access to kitchen, but at the same time, it gives space, a drawer, for Kellogg's to get the space and have like an insane angle.
Does have the up hand
Does he get the kill or gets he punished by zombies? Let's get to know.
play. So that's something that
He gets it. Oh my, that is so much worth. That is so much worth, man, from G2 here. That's nasty. That is nasty. I do wonder though if you can read this by standing mid.
and that is it.
Finds it there. The wall comes up actually on the outside of the tube, and Kellogg's will actually find it. Okay, sticks the res there. Coldamenta will respond of over towards B. Will find Shazam.
Nookie, look at this guy. He's just gone, guys. The entirety of the space is clear. I've got middle. I've got everything you need. Just keep focusing on that B side.
The wall from Viper, by the way, helps Nookie get a lurk as well. Look, the wall here helps Nookie to get this side, this area first, because when this wall is up, he doesn't have to worry about this. So he only focuses his mind on. That's too many scribbles. He only has to focus on this area here. Like, this is the area that he needs to focus on when trying to get a lurk. Then the wall gets off and he checks underneath, and then he proceeds forward, most likely.
Taken all that space and controlled it. The 3 players from Sentinels now.
Now this is the snake bite to delay the plant. Standard stuff, right, guys? Even in ranked.
essentially noted. Every single one of them is known where they're at. So now they're going to have to fight basically back to the wall out of this. Tens, how much space can you get them?
Not very good decision making by Sentinels here. So why? Okay, typically, if you would be playing in ranked, right? Let's just assume that Sick has a wall, right? But he doesn't. He doesn't have a wall, right? But let's just assume he has the wall. In ranked, this Sage player would just set up a wall and try to plant the spike. But the best play here is to wide swing and try to equalize the score before committing to a post plant. Because the thing is, when a defending team has still 5 players alive, they don't give a fuck about the plant. They can, by planting the attackers in a 3v5 situation, put themselves in a spot where the defenders now can retake with full confidence because they know where the players are. But if you can take them by storm, get even just 1 kill, maybe 2 would be ideal, but just 1 kill to try to make the odds a little bit more even and then plant, it gives you more odds of winning the round in the post plant. So this is why double swinging this to get a kill and then hide and maybe even rotate towards A is the best play for Sentinels right now without planting and committing.
Swing on it. Okay.
They get 1, so that's already fantastic. And they kill Mixwell, which is the most impactful like piece of utility available for them. I think at least.
Hey, that's not bad.
Dapper gets a Vova and suddenly from a 3v5, it's a 3v3. Look. It catches people in G2 completely off guard. Coldamenta gets a kill on Sick, who tried to go kitchen. No, he was on top. He just gets spammed. Never mind. And that's the spike, unfortunately. So it's a 2v3. Dapper low on HP. He's using that ultimate.
But now it's a 2v3. Any more Tens is still working forward. This man will put the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Okay. So this is very common, and I feel like explaining this might actually be very impactful for your ranked play as a player to elevate your gameplay. Okay, so you're a player that has only 2 angles to care about, right? Because behind you, you have the doorway on the minimap. So your back is protected, right? And Dapper is holding this area. So you know that behind you, there should be no one, right? And in this case, you have 2 angles that you are holding. The people that can be peeking is here. This is the head. This is the head. Otherwise, you have a one-way because the head will be like covering this. So if someone just peeks closely, he will not see you. So he needs the person from this angle here needs to wide swing. So his head will be here. Or he needs to crouch peek and his head will be here. Right? This is like a crouch peek. And this is a standing wide peek. Right? And then the person from here can either short swing or wide swing. Right? And then the person here most likely micro peeks to check the corner from here if no one is controlling mid. And if someone is controlling mid, then this guy just checks this corner first and then swings right to check the side. He doesn't want to wide swing because he will be exposed to sight and he's not checking this corner. Right? So right now Tens has a very tough choice, but since he's playing against, this is a professional level, right? You most likely never have a fight 1v1 in a situation like this when it's already close to like ending the round because people will be trying to trade. So Tens, in his mind, he will be checking one corner, and when one guy peeks and hides, you need to swing, not swing, you need to check the other side. So let me explain this way. Let's say Coldamenta swings, right? Coldamenta swings, Tens tries to kill him, doesn't get the kill, Coldamenta hides, then Tens needs to move his crosser to this angle because this is most likely where the second player is. Right? If he holds this angle first and the guy swings and hides because of this jet dash or whatever, then you move your crosser here because that's most likely where the second player will be and will be just trying to peek you. I'm not certain what's gonna happen, but like quick reassessment of the crosshair position in this position is very much needed. Let's see what happens. Micro peek from this angle, right? So he gets the peek, right? Will he swing now to middle? Let's see. See? He doesn't care about this player. He literally just did exactly what I explained. He how do I say that? He isolated angles in a way that was very minimalistic, but gave him the edge. Right? Gave him the edge to win this situation. Of course, he also capitalizes on it because he's a Reyna, right? But this is excellent gameplay by Tens. Absolutely excellent.
It's just going God mode. And now the 2v2 is working out every single...
Still, it's not easily winnable.
But the timing is just...
Oh, but Noki gets good timing and wins the round. But, dude, Tens's, like, game sense is on fucking point. This is so sick, man. See? He doesn't care about the jet. Also because she has a fucking operator. That means she cannot re-peek him. Those micro decisions that Tens is doing in span of like 100 milliseconds, or 200 milliseconds, whatever, right? Are game defining for the team and for him as a player. All right. If Jet had a Vandal, Tens would have died. Most likely could have happened.
But the timing is just off. Nookie does him by a second.
Comes through from Crosshair. I think fascinating round, but
All right, what do we have here? G2 used the wall on B. So they didn't use the wall on A because Mixwell commits to a ultimate at the beginning of the round. His toxic... Wait. That's Zomps... Dude, this is my lineup. Look. This is my lineup that I showed to Sick. Look. Zomps is gonna use the orb. That is gonna land on A.
Seemingly for free.
See? It went through here. Oh man, I'm so proud. And now it's landed here on default. And but going back to the point, Mixwell used this ultimate here and then does the wall for retaking B because he doesn't need the wall when he's using the ultimate.
Back and forth we go. Kellogg's hat is out. Right back in it, Shaz.
They're brute forcing it.
Yeah, it looks like Mixwell.
Oh my godness, my friend. Do they have no fear? They just go in. Okay. Why did they push the ultimate? Let us read this. Okay?
Operator online now, Lauren.
Nuki is tagged. The drone is destroyed. Mixwell does the ult after they use the drone, which is a great read, by the way. So he didn't use it first tempo. He used it after the drone was destroyed. This is actually great because the drone is the biggest problem for the Vipers and your ult. But so why does Sentinel push right now? Because they know this is interesting. Nuki was tagged by the drone, so he fell from nest towards screen, and Sentinels know about that. That means that Mixwell is alone on site. So even though he has the he has the ult, they made the call to push the ultimate because he's alone, and they have a chance of overcoming him. Because if they go fast into this ult, the ult will deal like 40 DK or something, so it's not gonna be that impactful, which most likely will go for a 1v1 trade, which is favorable for the attackers, especially since Nuki is a non-factor in this moment. Yeah. See? He was just alone. Very, very good read by Sentinels. Right? But oh my god, Coldamenta and Nuki with double kills from ults. Well, you can't really do much about that. Mixwell throw? I don't think that was a Mixwell throw. He should have probably just used snake bites and just go back. But let me just go back for a second, okay? So the moment Mixwell is alone in his ult, I'm not certain if like Nuki should tell him, I can't help you, I can't help you. And this is the moment where Mixwell should just use his snake bite. Right? If he knows that he is alone. But if he doesn't know that Nuki is not holding with him, then I don't blame him for playing like this.
He was not really ready for that. It was a bit of a, I guess, a lazy-ish clear on it. It outdone and then some. In response, you can see all the ults coming down, and they actually.
I just exactly explained Urza.
Even at the very last go of it, which actually gives the player advantage back over to G2.
Fantastic analysis so far. The amount of times to predict exactly what's going to happen and where it's going. What's going wrong? Thanks, man. I try my best. I also learn. Like, this is practice for me. I learn from the way the players are doing plays, and that will build up my, you know, my knowledge for the next time. Colleagues gets Shazam. Zomps didn't use his wall and smoke because they wanted to fight, because they were on a disadvantage. Yeah. When will they have an ultimate, by the way? Zomps has the ultimate right now. So, since I know that Sentinels actually use my Toxic Orb on A, did they have the ultimate before? They had it. Let me check. They had the ult from the beginning of the round. So this is... So when I spoke with Sig and when I played with him, right? I told him what I do with the orb. I put it on default, I go into that smoke, and then I ult from the smoke. So this is most likely why they went to actually do that. And since they already have it available, and they didn't use it in the previous round, I wonder if they go for it next round. Let's see.
3,300 left in the bank for Sentinels as a whole.
They tried again. Look. See?
It is, and this is a pivotal round. 3,300 left in the bank for Sentinels as a whole.
See? This is the orb. This is the orb that will now land on default. The plan is to push out people from site. So Sova's drone has to push out people from site. The Viper pushes in with the other players. She goes on A side and ults back side. Like this. And essentially you have your free plant, and it's so hard to retake because you can just hold rafters while seeing their legs. Let's see if they're gonna do this.
Shazam the Blade Storm. Kellogg's will face the Owl Drone. And again, Sentinels looking to force the issue onto A site. Mixwell called upon once again.
The key piece to this round is Zomps.
I want to see how he approaches this. Kellogg's looking after a lot of angles here. This can get incredibly dicey.
Ah, see? This is my smoke. This is why Sick was saying, oh, this smoke is actually great. Because the player on rafters and on backside can't see shit. See? Right now, Kellogg's is useless. He doesn't see anything. He doesn't see belt, he doesn't see nest, he doesn't see pipes, he doesn't see default, he doesn't see server, so someone can just wrap around him.
So looking for it, and they're now encroaching on the side spot.
Zomps cannot die. He's literally the most crucial aspect of this round. Oh, but he ulted. Oh, he didn't ult correctly. Oh my god, look. It doesn't cover the backside. It doesn't cover rafters. Shit. Because the thing is, Viper can ult from behind a sage wall. Look. If there's a sage wall here, and the sage wall was being used, right? A sage wall is being used here. This is the sage wall. And plant is here. Right? This is the spike. You can stand as a Viper from this spot here and ult in this direction. And the entire ult will cover this area. Because the Viper, the sage wall doesn't interrupt anything when it comes to the Viper ultimate. So essentially, I'm not sure. Like, I feel like the other ult would have been much more impactful, but I guess this one helps holding back, so they're not being killed from like belt. An example. This ult helps this because Maze is covered.
Sentinels looking to secure. Actually,
Nuki wins that. Oh my god, dude.
Nuki just straight up clotheslined him, and now a 5v3. This retake looks like it's got legs, but 10 still stands, so I won't run him out just yet. And diving on in. Oh,
Yeah, man, can't do much.
Get surprised, just didn't expect Kellogg's, and now we're down to just 10s, and he's fallen. It's gonna be 11 on the board.
Nice try, nice try.
Response from G2 again, remaining composed, everything stacked against them in that round. The Viper's Pit setting up such a stranglehold on the site there, but Nuki finding two insane kills on the flank to open up this retake.
Against the ults as well from Shaz. Oh. Enemy remaining. We got a game. We actually have a game.
We're getting closer and closer to a death slam there as well.
Yeah, it was getting there.
Sentinels looking, seems as if they're scrambling for answers here. Again, another round where they just try and send it at A. And like I said, Mixwell will fumble in the previous, but this time G2 holds strong.
Oh, Shaz. Dangerous games.
I can show you guys this smoke after this game. Actually, fuck it. I'll show it right now. Because why not? You guys want to see the lineup for the orb? It's very simple. It's like insanely simple. Yeah. Imagine he has a reveal password on League of Legends. You can reveal the password here. Huh? Thank you. What the fuck? You should become a coach instead of a content creator? I don't want to. Like, that doesn't give me anything. You know how much work you have to do when you're a coach or an analyst for a pro team? Like, what the fuck, man? That's so many hours, it's insane. I would have to be compensated like 4 times of what I earn as a content creator for me to consider being a coach. All right, so let me explain this.
No one can hold their breath forever.
Do you think Viper was allowed to play on Fracture? Not certain. I might not be the case, actually.
Let's take from them.
She's good on attack, but not on defense, in my opinion. I mean, the wall is kinda sucks on defense. All right. So how do we do this? How do we do this setup, right? Actually, you're standing next to the barrier. You're standing next to the barrier on the left spot here in this corner, right? And then you aim. And then you aim here in this spot. And you can now adjust to exactly where you want it to land, because you can do a run, jump, run throw, or a standing throw. Let me show it to you. See this? And this smoke is exactly what Sentinels used. This is the one that Sick complimented when he was playing with me. Because the player here cannot do anything about it. Right? He doesn't see anything. And he can be assaulted. You don't have to be precise even with it. Because you can do it in very... like a lot of different options. Like you can even move a lot more forward and throw it like this. So it lands a little bit forward. So it lands like here. And this is also very impactful, because then the player playing Rafters like has to like peek outside like here, so you know exactly where he's gonna stand. It's just you can play this smoke the way you want it to play in a team. You can adjust to exactly what you want to play. But if you want to do it just on a default, then you stand like this and just throw it like this. And it lands here. And it allows you to plant more easily. As a Sage, you can then stand in this corner and do your wall. So it covers like this area here. And you go for the plant. And the Viper can also reposition this smoke to cover this side as well, right? But you can also like just plant here because you're in the smoke, and that's it. And then when the stage wall is also being put, like, you know, the standard from here to here, so you plant in this spot, right? You can literally just stand somewhere behind the sage wall and you're safe, right? You can just stand here behind the sage wall, so you're safe, and you just press left click by aiming somewhere here. And you have the most OP ult on A. Because you have one ways on Rafters. No one is able to survive this. Because when you're on Rafters, people can see you while you can't see them. So you're essentially like fucked. You're gonna see everything here. Right? The only problem is that your maze is out in the open. So once you ult, you can pick up this and throw it here. To like make sure you're not gonna get bolted by people from like going from your back. So they don't see anything in maze. And that's it. That's what Sentinels tried to do in that round, but unfortunately they didn't use this ult. The ult was still okay, and it's not the reason they lost, by the way. The reason they lost is because Nuki got a flank and gets 2 kills in the back. But this ult is just insanely OP. Then you can just stand here, like, if you want. Or just stand here. You know, you see everything. It's hard to, like, shoot you here unless someone exactly knows that you will be standing on top of this, because your head is not at the head level. So, yeah. Give me a second, boys and girls. You can't go there with the sage wall in place? What do you mean you can't go there? Krish dot. That wall is gonna get broken, and you can ult behind the wall, so you have free space. I came here since 6th stream raid, and I really enjoy your stream. Thank you, Jake Say. Wait, you also subbed.
Yo, JXA, thank you very much for the subberinho. Welcome to the channel, my friend. How you doing? Thank you much for the support and welcome. If you could introduce yourself, where you're from, that would be absolutely amazing. You don't have to, of course, but it would be nice if you could.
Ah, fuck, I closed it. Shit, my bad.
Sentinels looking, seems as if they're scrambling for answers here. Again, another round.
Cześć, minęło już rok i 3 miesiące od zabiegu.
Nice, fantastic that you have hair now. I'm very happy for you.
Where they just try and send it at A. Like I said, Mixwell fumble in the previous, but
What the fuck are those tabs? I have a lot of RAM. Shazam in slow, he has dash, he tries to duel Nuki. Fails, dashes out. Good decision making before he's getting double peeked by Evolva. This wall is already destroyed, so has minimal impact, but they gained some ground as defenders. Wait, I need to close the doors because there's someone outside cutting like grass and shit. Can you make the smoke land on the ramp the 100 feet does? It also access on one way. Yeah, but it's not a good smoke, in my opinion. From Philippines to bad Brand couldn't come to Berlin. Oh yeah, that sucks, man. Fuck COVID. Can you link me your desktop screen? Go to my Discord. It's pinned on the English channel.
proactive, a little more decisive in some of these rounds.
So Sentinels go attack B with a 4 stack.
Tens on a Guardian, sick. That's Spectre. Kellogg's there.
Oof. Okay, well, okay. Okay. Was that just an ego peek?
Tens on a Guardian.
They have no drone. Yeah, they have no other option. But I'm still surprised that Shazam just peeks alone. Look, no other player is helping him. There's no double peek. I'm honestly very surprised. Like, that's not something... Like, I feel like there was a slight miscommunication here in Sentinels, because 3 people, those people here, are waiting out the drone, while Shazam wide swings. And I feel like that typically you don't see in Sentinels, because this is like literally kind of griefing or trolling, whatever you call it. Because 3 people in unison are waiting, while one guy is like, eh, fuck it. Right? So Shazam pays the price for that. But imagine that would actually just double swing. Or just swing from different directions. Like, imagine if Shazam swings here and a second player swings here. And then this guy gets the trade. Unless, of course, Jet says fuck you and dashes away, but that's another topic.
open things up with the operator though. Shazam falls. Kellogg's trying
Yeah,
to
now it's
in
like
again for a
almost not
second.
winnable.
Peaks from Kellogg's man are dangerous, but maybe feeling himself. You can see as to why. Just gonna keep trying to be stylish on the 20 HP, and he's still going.
Right? And it's all because of that Shazam solo peak. It all just crumbled because of that solo peak.
The rest of G2 are right here as Dapper left amongst the bodies of his teammates. So few options.
The ult you did on A, does the wall not block your crosshair so the ult triggers in front of you? I don't play Viper. I explained that already. Sage wall doesn't change anything from Viper's perspective. The Sage wall can be literally in front of your fucking face, you don't see anything, but your ult is exactly the same with or without that Sage wall. So what I do often as a Viper player, I use my opponent's Sage walls to my own advantage because I can ult behind it to take control for retakes. An example on, let me show it to you. Valorant. An example on Bind. An example of Bind, Sage is attacking and she puts a Sage wall here, right? This is typically what you see on Bind in like a typical execute, right? And then the Sage just goes here. They attack the site, right? As a Viper player, I can just go here behind the wall and ult from behind the wall while not being killed because there's still the Sage wall. So I ult in front of it. I cover the entire site because that's how it works, right? And then I destroy the Sage wall and do a retake. Do you jump? I don't need to jump. I just literally just stand next to the wall and ult through it. You just don't have to do anything. This Sage wall is being ignored for Viper ult considerations. And they just spray you through the smoke. Are you paying attention to my explanations or not really? They cannot spray you because you're behind a Sage wall. I tried it, but the Crosshair blocks you. No, it doesn't block you. You literally can just stand here and ult behind the Sage wall. When you destroy it, Vivan Savage, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? If I ulted the site already, I'm not standing like here. Oh my god, dude. I'm not standing here and I'm not shooting the wall like this. I'm standing an example here and then I'm shooting here. So when this block is destroyed, I'm not getting spammed. I swear, we didn't have a single person like this yet today in the stream, but now they start to showing up. Valoplant. Did they change the Viper ult back so that it emanates from Viper like it used to before rather than when you're aiming? Unfortunately, they changed that. Which is unfortunate, very. The way you explained wall is getting ignored for Viper considerations, like talking about the stack and Magic the Gathering, it's so funny. I mean, I'm coming from, you know, my main background is FPS games, of course, but also card games. Alright, let's go back to the VOD. It's Zephyx!
Yo, it's Zephyx. Thank you much for the prime, my friend. Welcome to the channel. If you could say something about yourself, that'd be absolutely splendid, broski. Thank you very much for this first Twitcherinho primeirinho.
Is Viper a good character to learn? I feel like she's always gonna be meta because Bind, Ascent, Split, and those three maps are in the pool. So she's gonna be very, very impactful in those three maps. And of course on Breeze and on Icebox as well. But I do consider Split, Bind, and Ascent her best maps. So, but she's a very complicated character. Didn't you have a card game tournament this weekend, actually? I was playing on Tuesday. We have like local tournaments on Tuesday in Flesh and Blood right now. Do you do guides on Viper on YouTube? Yes, I do have few guides on YouTube. Just type in exclamation mark guides. Breeze is also the best map for Viper? No, she's not. Breeze is a useful map for Viper because of her wall. But other than that, it's really, when you compare it to other maps, Viper is actually shit on Breeze. The only... If the Viper wall wouldn't have been as long as it is, Viper would have never been played on Breeze. She's just not good on that map. And that's coming from a Viper main. You just cannot be effective as you are on Split, on Bind, on Ascent. How is Viper and Fracture in your opinion? She's not the best. I'm still torn if I will be playing Viper on Fracture, because she's great on attack, but on defense it's gonna be very tough. I live in Poznan. Interesting take, fair. I thought she could hold down B-side pretty well with her smoke and molly, because there's the choke point. Yeah, but that choke point is also open from the big B tunnel from mid. So it's really like holding B-side is okay, but then you're committing to a site and you have to play off it like very heavily, right? And you can rarely pick up your smoke because rotations take such a long time, so you're not as effective and flexible as on other maps. I'm Polish, my friend. Do you think Gambit will climb back up? I don't know, hard to say, man. But they looked, I don't know, they looked good on first map and they just kind of lost it. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Let's finish up this map.
G2 to respond like this after dropping the first 4 rounds of this half. They've responded with 4 of their own, and Sentinels now tapped out. Kellogg's finally honed.
Will you join Anal's Desk in Berlin's Masters? No, I wasn't hired, my friend, for Berlin Masters. Unfortunately. I hope I will get hired for the VCT EU Last Chance Qualifier. We'll see how that will go.
A better way to see these two giants clash, but there's still Dapper, Sick, and Tens. But A is just looking closed for business.
Absolutely, Mixwell again in a position. Tens will actually find a response. Of over though. They're in position. Look at that. Kellogg's with another 3.